Confidence in the things that I know. I have enough wisdom to see the logic will be shown. I got one chance to show you what I got. I got one chance to show I'm confident or not. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, and the fools are running away. It's not what you say, it's only what you can prove. You better watch your step, you better mind your P's and Q's. You got one chance, show me what you got. You got one chance, show you confident or not. Don't get caught in the matrix of all of these fakers. Society's spinning, and I'm just here living on the ground. Self-evident reason, deductions and conclusions, logically thinking, and the fools are running away. You're flipping over backwards to show me where you think you are. Your model dictates that you never see too far. Shrinking in the distance, you can do fuck all with an angle, and the fools are running away.
And we are live. Welcome everybody. Slight difference tonight. It's not Free for All Friday. It is a debate night. Now, this debate has been requested by Blue Marble Science, my opponent for tonight. And the subject matter has also been decided by Blue Marble Science. I'm taking it on as a challenge. I quite like it. I like the idea of this debate. And I also like the idea of reclaiming the debate back to the old school argument discussion type thing. Discussing the arguments. So hopefully it might be a little bit different. I'll give a bit of try-thinking twist to the debate arena. Now, we have had Blue Marble over here earlier. Oh, there you go. In the, he is over there, and he's doing his own stream, so he'll be over here shortly, and then we will get it going on from there. So, that's what's happening tonight. I title it The Debate. And the debate is, the two topics are, all horizontals are ... and level is ... It's very similar to my first ever debate that I ever had when I came into this arena, strangely enough. That was about level and the straight line. So I'm hoping it might be similar to that, because that was eye-opening for me. Hoping to make it eye-opening to everybody else. Try and give everybody an insight into where we're at and where we've been, what we're doing, and what we have been doing for these few years. Yeah, no.
Well, I'm back up with you, Bill.
Oh, there we go. Welcome,
Bev.
Blue. Yeah, sorry.
Bev,
Yes.
I know I'm not modding, but
Mhm.
the first slide on the screen
Yeah.
is not how you debate.
We've already said I'm going first. Blue Marble's got a recorded video, pre-recorded video for his opening. I can't. Yeah, I've not actually got that on yet because I'll be doing mine first. So, welcome, Blue Marble Science.
Thank you, Bill.
Now, we were gonna have an introduction from moderator, but you have requested that the particular moderator that we had for opening statements wouldn't be agreeable to you. So, do you want to have a like an opening thing about this debate, or are you going to do that within the thing, or do you want me to have a go?
Well, yeah, you can go ahead and have a go with that, or let Emma do it. I don't care. That's fine.
Okay, well, we'll keep Emma out of it. We know what you like. So, this, like I say, this debate topics and the actual debate was decided by you, right? Blue Marble Science. Blue Marble Science has requested this debate.
Yeah, it was somewhat mutual, but yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so, and the debate topics were also dictated by you. That they were the topics that you wanted.
Yeah, I think we mutually agreed to it, or at least we tried to, didn't we?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, well, you told us the topics would be the other day.
Yeah. Well, somebody had to say something, so okay. I did.
Okay, so, and what I'm going to do with this debate is, well, in my opening statement, I'll go over all of that. So, you were happy for us to commence? Are you okay with like I said, I think we said about like a 15 minute opener. I know you said your video is about 17 minutes, so
Yeah.
if we stick to about 10-15 minute openers, then we'll go into a rebuttal of the openers, and then we can have a like a rebuttal to the rebuttal, or a clarification of the rebuttal, and then some questions. With that
works for me.
Okay, right.
That works for me.
So that's the procedure. You have a live stream, so at the end, do you want to do like some of your super chat questions or whatever, and get them in, so you can get some questions in or whatever, and we'll add that on to the end into the questions at the end. Because obviously the rebuttal and the rebuttal to the rebuttal should sort us, shouldn't it? And then the questions are left for the audience and whatnot.
Yeah, I think that'll work.
That's okay. John,
Let me
good?
see if I can mute. Let me see if I can mute my mic. Hang on.
Yeah, that's muted.
Yeah, that worked. All right.
Okay. So are you okay for me to go with
I'll
my opening?
I will go on mute, and it's all yours.
Okay. Welcome everybody. This is the debate done over on the Level Discord server. As we've said, requested by Blue Marble Science. I thank you for giving me the chance to be able to do this. I'm going to treat this as a sort of a dissertation type thing of an end of the study of what we do here. Now, what we do here is called, well, we've named it advanced simplicity. What we do is we find a topic or whatever and we break it down to the most simple that we can. Now, as we do that, we have done it with geometry because of the initiation into this arena that we had was through geometry. It stuck with geometry, but along with that came to the breakdown of the geometry, which led to logic, and then the breakdown of the logic into words. So that led us to the trivium. Now, the trivium is a way to sort of a tool of learning how you process and how the mind works and how you link things together through the identity of subjects and through to the logic form, and then down to finally the rhetoric of how that's portrayed. That's what I'm going to aim to do today, is to give you a chance to have an insight into what we're doing here and what the way this works. So this debate is an idea where you present an argument. Now, an argument, I think, a lot of the time, back to words and all of that, has been taken over. It's now come to mean people shouting at each other, maybe body parts being dangled, and you know, other acts that seem a bit strange. But in reality, the argument is a form of sentences that are put together in a way to make the mind do a little bit of work and for you to be able to come to a conclusion. So within what we're doing here tonight, I'm going to attempt to break down and give you an idea of a couple of arguments that I've made in order to deal with Blue Marble. Like, Blue Marble wanted the debate, Blue Marble Science wanted the debate about level is horizontal, level is quest ... and all horizontals are ... So I'll give you a chance to try and do that. Let me see, is my camera on there? Or wait 1 minute for you guys. I believe I had to reset. Okay,
you're good, Bev.
You can see that now. So
yep.
If I put the whiteboard on, can you see the whiteboard? Okay, are you okay with that? Everybody on that? You guys on YouTube can obviously see it as well. Yeah. Okay. So initially at first, I guess you guys have seen this. If you say A equals B and B equals C, then you can say that A equals C. You see that? Right now, let me just move this microphone over it. Right, so you can see that these two and these two make this one as a conclusion, right? But what you can say is that this one and this one, that both this and this are the same as this, B. So these two have a common part here. And because both of these have this common part, then you can say that this one equals this one. It's called the transitive law of equality, but it's maybe a little bit confusing, a silly name, but I mean, this statement here is a basic understanding of a fundamental really of logic and reasoning, and you could say that this is also part of a mathematical understanding through logic.
Bill, if I hate to do this to you, but
What?
how can I'm not able to see your screen.
In the Discord, I'm showing my camera.
It's live on his show, Blue.
Yeah.
Can you not see? The guys in Discord can see my camera, can you?
Just go to his. You just have to go to his channel.
We can see that on Discord. Just click Bev icon, and click on that. If you go to agents of the logos, multiple icons will show, and click on Bev. So you will see.
Well, what I see is what it does is take me to the to your YouTube channel.
Yeah, he's sharing his YouTube channel.
Yeah. Okay. Just give me a second. Then this is something we should have.
Yeah. In Discord, you click on his icon in the chat. You'll see it.
Yeah, I do that, and I click.
No, I mean not his icon on the camera. You know, if you go to
click on his camera, I click on watch. Okay, and that takes me to his YouTube channel.
Wow.
Okay, so just hang on a second. Let's see if I can. If I can figure out a way that I can share this, because that's not how I thought I was going to be able to see it on Discord. So just hang on one second. Let's see if I can change this window. I'll tell you what I can do, I think. Technical difficulties are always a problem. Let's see.
Well, everybody in the Discord can actually see.
I can't.
If
it
you
might be because you're sharing your screen also.
Yeah, it might be. Okay, I can do it this way. So I think now, hopefully we've got that up where everybody can see it. It just came on YouTube, so yeah, we're sharing it now. I'm sorry, Bev. I really apologize about that. Let me get back at. Start over again if you want to.
Okay. Tomorrow.
We got it going now.
Yeah.
We're all good now.
Okay. So from the statement before, if A equals B and B equals C, then A equals C. We could see that there's a common part. So I'm calling this. I'm saying that the advanced simplicity that we're doing tonight is a lesson from Euclid. So this is Euclid's Elements. You can see on screen now. And the first axiom within Euclid's Elements states, things which are equal to the same thing are equal to one another. Now, you could say this is the foundations of geometry, the axioms that they go by. These are more common notations. They are in everything really, within our understanding, within logic, within mathematics, within geometry, within numbers, within everything. It's things which are equal to the same thing are equal to each other. Now, that will be the form that I will be taking, both of the arguments tonight, to keep it as simple as possible. these arguments will be made around that very fact. So if that's how we break it down to simplicity, then what we're doing is we're taking the very first axiom of the fundamentals of the elements of geometry, which is the elements of mathematics, when you break it down to the logic form. So this is really the elements of logic that we're dealing with. And so that being the axiom, just get rid of that. Here we go. So the first argument, I've replaced A with level, and C with horizontal. So all we have to do really within this form of argument is find a common element that both level and horizontal have in common. I would say equal elevation. Now, I think everyone will be able to agree. Level is definitely an equal elevation. However, normal people would talk about that right now. Also, horizontal is, well, an auto level would produce a horizontal plane, and that horizontal plane would have an equal elevation. You would measure a difference. So the horizontal in that way would be an equal elevation, and level would be an equal elevation. So that wouldn't work. The equal elevation of a horizontal would be zero slope, no tilt either way. So therefore horizontal is definitely an equal elevation, and level as well. So in order for you to make a nice logical statement like this, linking level and horizontal to an equal elevation is well, provable. I think this is something that's a natural thing. Everybody should know this. Very simple, ABC. So level is an equal elevation, horizontal is also an equal elevation, then for level is horizontal. Very simple. But again, I won't just do that. So let me go here, because I've been getting some going over this. Me can you guys see that? Is that, are you guys seeing that, or is it because
an
it's
ISO word?
ISO? Yes.
Yeah, we're seeing it's
Okay.
clicking in and out, but we're seeing it.
I wish I could say it like a SE when I come round to this. So ISO is a word for a contour line, and a contour line connects points of equal elevation. Like I just said, equal elevation. That's our nice connecting word. So a contour line or isoline connects points on a map that are of or equal value. Examples of contour lines or isolines are isobars or isotherms for pressure. Perhaps the prototypical example of a contour line is that which connects points of equal elevation. So here we have a contour line that is also an equal elevation. So it's another one to add to the group, but we're just talking about level, horizontal. But at the minute we could put in equal elevation into it. And then there's a study here. This word is great. isoipsy, I think, something like that. Isoipsy, ipsis, something. I don't know. SE does it best. Go on.
Iso ipsos.
Yeah, there you go. Listen to that, and that means equal height. So
Correct.
that's the word that we're dealing with. Iso means equal, and ipsy, height. So, I've got some more here. This one, this is a mathematical thing. It's a bit slightly off there, but so this is a contour line, also known as a level curve. For a given surface is the curve of an intersection with the surface of a horizontal plane. So a contour line is a connection of a line, a level curve, a point of equal elevation where it intersects a horizontal plane. So there's another link for the horizontal plane to the equal elevation. And then this is the mathematical graph to show you, you know, how it works. I mean, everybody can see and knows what a contour line is, but the contour line is a line of equal elevation and where that intersects a horizontal plane. Horizontal plane, equal elevation. A line of equal elevation. There you go. There's another one, an example of the contour lines, and these are like horizontal slices depicting the okay, so through the put that back on. Through the linking of level, equal elevation, horizontal plane is also an equal elevation. You could say through this law that level is horizontal. I think I'll keep it quite simple. I mean, that's the basics of that particular argument, really. I mean, it's pretty simple and it's pretty self-contained within that, right? So that's level is horizontal, sorted. Now, the other argument, we've been talking about this for quite a while. We went back over it for quite a bit ago. We've got all horizontals. We called this t-shirt logic because it was the first one that we ever did. The first logical statement that we ever did to be able to simplify a if-then statement, because it was a bit popular a few years back, modus tollens, but modus tollens is an argument to the negative, where you go over it. So you say it's not something. So we wanted to be more positive. So we went with again Euclid in order to build the framework of the argument. We used Euclid to show us the way to build a well-framed argument. So this is the building blocks of another argument, and you'll see the commonality with the bit before. So Euclid states proposition 30, book 1 of the Elements. It states straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. meaning that if there are two straight lines and those two straight lines are parallel to another straight line, then they are parallel to each other. So you're basically saying a similar sort of statement as you were before. Two things are similar to something else, or they are the same as something else. Within geometry, you could say parallel is a similar relationship. Once you have one line parallel to the other, then they are in that similar relationship. So that's the Euclid one, and obviously that gets proved. There's a QED at the bottom. It means it's obviously provable for you to be able to do that. So the form of the argument, straight lines which are parallel to the same straight line are parallel to each other. That form of argument is obviously well backed within Euclid. So what we do with that form of argument is we relate it and change it to some sort of reality, or we link it to reality. Let me just get back here, and we have a GIF. There we go. So this GIF, this is what we call t-shirt logic, and the idea behind this was to make logic so simple that you could put it on a t-shirt and get people to do that process of the finishing the argument off for themselves. So this argument states, if all horizontal planes are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then all horizontal planes are parallel to one another. Now, that's the simple argument. That's the argument laid out with the way for you to check it. I mean, obviously, you can check that for yourself by looking to see if you can find a horizontal that isn't parallel to the plane of the horizon. All known horizontals have been, will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. So much so that the word horizontal obviously comes from the horizon. There's a similar relationship there. So obviously all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and you just check it out for definitions if you want for yourself. I could go over some of these definitions. Get some. We get some definitions of horizontal, right? Anybody can do it for yourself. Check up horizontal, and you will find the definition. Here's one. At right angles to vertical, parallel to level ground, parallel to the horizon, horizontal position. Don't worry about that one. It's a bit too triggering, that. A horizontal position. I'll get some more. If anybody wants to have any definitions of horizontal, this is from a mathematics website. Any horizon over ocean is horizontal. There's loads of ways to do this for horizontal. So I don't think it really needs me to go over too many more. This one is one. There's another one. I'll give you another one. Horizontal, parallel to the plane of the horizon, or relating to the horizon. In mathematics, this one, mathematics, measured or contained in a plane parallel to that of the horizon, horizontal. So it's pretty clear that horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and as the logical form says, if two straight lines, i.e. two horizontals, are parallel to the plane of the horizon, then those horizontals will be parallel to each other. Simple argument. Simple statement. So those will be the two arguments that I will be bringing today up for discussion. I'm willing to discuss that. Obviously, those are just the basic arguments that we can put forward. There are plenty of geometric backings to prove these, the perpendicularity relationship, the shared straight line segments of straight lines, the existence of horizontal planes in reality, because they're established by tools called levels. How long was that? Is that okay? I've not gone on too long, have I? Seem okay? I shall end my argument there, or those two arguments. Leave them up for discussion.
Yeah, sorry, I was muted. You continue as long as you want to. I don't care.
No, that's, I think, for the laying out of the arguments, that's about as much time as I need, I think.
Okay.
Address
Well,
we'll talk about it later. Yeah. Yeah,
let me see if I can rearrange all my stuff over here. Hang on. I think I can opt out of that and go back to this. And let's see, are you guys still seeing my screen over there in your Discord?
Let me get that.
I'm seeing it.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, I can see it.
Well, if that's it, I'll just play this video and we'll continue after it's finished. Is that okay?
That's fine for me.
All right.
I'll go on mute. You say about 17 minutes.
It is 17 minutes and 30 seconds according to the 1726 or something like that. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Well, hello, everybody. Bev Try Thinking says all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, and he also says level is horizontal, but he has yet to provide any proof of any of that. I say, on the other hand, that all horizontals are not parallel to the plane of the horizon, and I say that level is definitely not horizontal, and I can prove it. That's what we're about to do. Now, Bev Try Thinking's logic is this. He says, if all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, P, then all horizontals are parallel to each other, Q. All horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, therefore all horizontals are parallel to each other. Both valid and sound, observable and verifiable. Well, I don't think so. That's a begging the question fallacy, Bev. The premises assume the conclusion to be true. You are assuming that there is one and only one plane of the horizon, ignoring any other possibility. Now, this is Bev's contention. If there were one and only one plane of the horizon, Bev might be right. But what he's asking you to believe is that a line, a horizontal line parallel with the plane of the horizon in Miami, Florida, also has to be parallel to the plane of the horizon in Jacksonville, Florida, or in Boston. This is pure speculation. No testing or proof whatsoever, just a simple statement. The other possibility is if the Earth is an oblate sphere, then multiple planes of the horizon have to exist. Gravity vectors, that's verticals or zeniths, can't be parallel, and horizontals, which are perpendicular to those verticals, also cannot be parallel. So can we test this? Well, absolutely. We need two things. We need two fixed points, like a point there and a point there. And we need a way to measure angles A and B. And we'd like to do that simultaneously if possible. So how does that help us? Well, let's go to Euclid and Euclid's Elements, Book 1, Proposition 29, which says, a straight line falling on parallel straight lines makes the alternate angles equal to one another, the exterior angle equal to the interior and opposite angle, and the sum of the interior angles on the same side equal to two right angles. And further down we see Euclid say this, therefore the sum of the angles BGH, that's that one, and GHD, that's that one, also equals two right angles. BGH plus GHD equals 180 degrees. But what happens if lines AB and CD are not parallel with each other? What happens if they look like that? What happens if they are converging? Well, in that case, BGH and GHD have to be less than 180 degrees. That's easily provable. On the other hand, what happens if they look like that? What happens if they are diverging? Well, in that case, BGH and GHD have to be greater than 180 degrees. So the measurement process, we can test this with two theodolites. Those are instruments that precisely measure vertical and horizontal angles. We can put a theodolite at each of two positions and measure the vertical angle to the other theodolite. We'll put a theodolite there and we'll put another one over there. We'll point those two theodolites at each other and we will measure angles A and B. Now there's our little sketch from Euclid. Let's turn him so it looks a little more like our verticals here. And you can see that if the verticals are parallel, angle A plus angle B has to be equal to 180 degrees. It has no choice. They don't even have to be at the same elevation. The theodolites could be at two different elevations. You just need to be able to point the two theodolites at each other. So if Bev is right and all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, meaning all horizontals are parallel to each other, then all verticals must also be parallel, and the sum of internal angles, in other words, reciprocal zenith angles, has to be exactly 180 degrees, as Euclid Book 1, Proposition 29 says. But what if horizontals are tangents to a spherical surface? Then horizontals can never be parallel, nor can verticals be parallel. The sum of the internal angles, A and B, will be greater than 180 degrees in every case, if the surface of still water or points of constant elevation form a curve. By golly, we got us the makings of a test. Bev, let me introduce you to a couple of guys. One guy named Jesse Kozlowski and another guy named Larry Scott. In 2018, those two guys got together at the Hagerstown, Maryland airport and High Rock Lookout, about 11 miles apart, and measured reciprocal zenith angles. How about that? Larry was at the airport over there. That's Larry's theodolite and the signal mirror. And Jesse was up on top of High Rock Lookout. You can see where Jesse was located, where that red arrow is. Those two guys measured the two zenith angles. We'll call the one at the airport A and the one up on High Rock Lookout B. And here are the actual measurements. Larry measured angle A to be 88 degrees, 57 minutes, 58.2 seconds. Jesse measured angle B to be 91 degrees, 9 minutes, 55 seconds. That is a total of 180 degrees, 7 minutes, and 53.2 seconds. 180 degrees, 7 minutes, and 53.2 seconds. That is with no refraction correction. If you include refraction, that increases from 7 minutes, 53.2 seconds to about 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Here's Larry's diagram with a little more detail on it. Again, there are the two angles that those guys measured, and there is the sum of those two angles. 180 degrees, 7 minutes, 53.2 seconds. That's 7 minutes, 53.2 seconds in excess of 180 degrees. Now, just in case you thought this was a one-off, this is a report done by NOAA back in 1978. It's a survey of the McDonald Observatory radial line scheme. They were measuring reciprocal zenith angles from 7 different positions to a place called Baldy. Here are those measurements. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go through all of this data, but I will call your attention to a couple of columns here, that one and that one. The first one is the sum of the zenith angles. The second column is plumb line tilt. That is simply the sum of the zenith angles minus 180 degrees. Notice that every one of them exceeds 180 degrees. The smallest is 15 minutes, 53 seconds, and the largest is 44 minutes, 33 seconds. So, now for the unavoidable truth. The zeniths are always doing this. So the horizontals are always doing that. Now for the conclusions. The sum of reciprocal zenith angle measurements always exceeds 180 degrees, therefore verticals are measurably not parallel. Horizontals, therefore, can never be parallel. And Bev's assumption that all horizontals are parallel has been shown to be false. Well, there's conclusive proof that horizontals are not parallel, all done and dusted. So let's move on to the fact that level is not horizontal, and we can prove that too. Let's talk about flagpole measurements. We probably all did this as a kid. You go out to the playground to the flagpole, measure a distance away from it that you know. You stand there with a protractor and a string with a weight on the end of it. Get your buddy to read the angle as you line the protractor up with the top of the flagpole. And if you know how high the protractor is at that point, just a little simple math and voila, you get the height of the flagpole. They do that in reality too. Surveyors do this all the time. At times all they're doing is trying to figure out how high a power line is over a road or something like that. But you can do it for other reasons too. And the interesting thing about it is this. If your baseline is mean sea level, for instance, it doesn't make any difference where you put that theodolite if that were truly a flat baseline. You can move the theodolite anywhere you want, and you'll still be able to calculate the correct height of a distant object like a radio tower. But because horizontal changes as we move over a curved surface, the trigonometric height, in other words, the calculated height of the tower above mean sea level, appears to change. The further away you go, the more it will drop. The closer you get to the tower, the higher it will be. And it's simply because this. That's what level is. When we reorient the theodolite like that, now we have a different horizontal. That's horizontal at the tower. This is horizontal at the instrument. So effectively, this is what happens. The tower now only looks like it's that tall. Well, in reality, we've got a real tower here. This is one from Larry Scott. This is not far from High Rock Lookout, about a mile or so away. There's a big red and white tower up there with a strobe on it. And Larry can see that thing from all over the county. Over a span of a few years, Larry has made measurements of that tower from a lot of different positions, 23 actually. Whenever he found a place where he could see the tower, He would stop when he had time, get out his theodolite, and take some readings. That's a plot of all the positions Larry measured from. I've shown the longest one there. You see the tower in the lower right. He got one measurement from 27.7 miles away. And here's all the data. The top number is the elevation of the tower that Larry was able to calculate, not the FAA elevation. This is Larry's calculation based on all of his measurements, and it's within a few feet of what the FAA says. But there's something interesting here. Notice the very first measurement was from 27 miles, and his instrument elevation was 1961. He's about 390 feet lower than the tower. Oddly enough, he's having to look down to see it. You see in the right-hand column all of the tower height calculations that Larry made, and they're all over the place. That's because that is the calculated height of the tower without considering Earth curvature. When you plot that data, it looks like that. You see that pretty curve. It's almost a perfect fit. R squared on that data is 0.9999. I decided to take a look at a couple of points, that point and that point. Well, you can see that at the distant target of 27 miles, the predicted drop's 431.3 feet. The measured drop is 434 feet. That's 2.7 feet difference. It seems to be fitting 8 inches per mile squared pretty well with refraction. Same thing on that center point. 145.7 is the predicted drop based on my calculation. 144 feet is what Larry got. That's 1.7 feet different. Larry went ahead and took all that data and applied both curvature correction as well as refraction correction, and you end up with a straight line, nearly perfectly straight. Notice that vertical scale. Those blue dots are not more than 3 feet apart. So that's Earth curvature you're seeing. That is level deviating from horizontal. But we can do that with just observations too. An autolevel is a great device. We set an autolevel up. It establishes vertical by referencing itself to gravity, and it makes a horizontal plane of reference for you, which is 90 degrees to the vertical. That horizontal will extend all the way to infinity, but in reality, you're going to become limited by what you can see through the atmosphere. Now, if the reference surface were flat as that's being shown, that horizontal will always be the same distance above the reference surface, always. If it's 5 feet at the theodolite, 30 miles away, it will still be 5 feet above that flat surface. The problem is, that's not what the Earth looks like. The Earth looks like that. And the gravity vector is different, and horizontal is different, as we've already seen. So let's move on to an observation that Bev really hates, and it's Blackpool Tower. Bev's autolevel is set up, and the crosshair is just a few feet above sea level, probably less than 10. Google Earth says that beach he's standing on is at sea level. But look 13 miles away at Blackpool Tower in the distance, and the crosshair is 100 feet up on that building. I'm going to fade in a picture of the actual building. There's the crosshair. There's a red reference line. Now watch the building. I'll fade it back out. Keep your eye on it. And the match is almost perfect. Same thing we see in Bev's photograph. That's where the crosshair is striking that building. And that is about 95 feet above sea level. So that's reality. We have an autolevel that's establishing a horizontal plane of reference. We got Bev in the foreground, just 400 or 500 yards away. But we got Blackpool in the distance, 13 miles away, and that 5 foot high autolevel above that beach surface should be striking Blackpool Tower 5 feet above sea level, if level is horizontal. Problem is, level is not horizontal. The autolevel crosshair is on Blackpool Tower at about that point. That's because that's what the Earth looks like. That's horizontal, that's level, and they're not the same. Predicted drop is about 95 feet, and that's just about exactly what we see there. So now for the excuses. Well, I know what Bill's going to say. He's going to say they were just taking a picture of the measuring rod and the tower happened to be in the background and mean old Blue's not playing fair. Or he's going to tell us that the auto level has a maximum suggested working range, which is true if you're trying to read a measuring rod, but we're not trying to do that. What I'm doing is looking at where it's striking that building in the distance. Actually, what it boils down to is reasons. So what conclusions can we come to? Level clearly and measurably deviates from horizontal over distance, and it does so at a rate of 8 inches per mile squared. We've proven that. This effect can be confirmed both qualitatively and quantitatively. We've just shown you that. And Bev's assumption that level is horizontal is absolutely false. So I got one final question, Bev. You still think this was a good idea? Hey, thanks for watching. And that should do it.
That's it. Nice. Thank you very much for that. Do you want to go with your rebuttal to my presentation of the arguments first?
Oh, let me see. I'm trying to get the windows fixed back up here again. Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to get rid of that. Bear with me for a second. I'll figure this out. How do I get Discord back on? I want to be showing that window, but something is not right. I'll tell you what, while I fiddle with this, why don't you go ahead, Bev?
Why don't I go ahead and rebut yours?
Yeah, you want to do that? Or?
Okay, yes. Your final question, do I still think this is a good idea? Well, you asked for it, and yeah, I'm thankful that you've given us the chance to do this. I think this is exactly what this arena needs at last, because we have been talking about what we call existential cognitive veiling. Now, that is the idea that people don't want to talk about certain topics and certain things because of the realness of the thing. And level and being horizontal is one of those things that most people have normally shied away from. Not many people have even thought about the consequences of that. I mean, it's pretty simple from hearing what you say, that there is a problem within the model that you said. I think you said something about it can't be, right? Like a model dictates type thing, that it's not allowed. And that is the fact of the matter is that really you can't have a horizontal plane. Like what everybody understands as a geometric horizontal plane with zero slope on it. Well, that cannot exist on your model. Now, I'm not bringing a model into any of this at all. The idea was to talk about all horizontals, which obviously are a geometric concept, but obviously it brought into reality by being parallel to the plane of the horizon, linking the horizontal to the horizon. Now, when you showed that, you seem to have horizontal planes intersecting a vertical, and they didn't look perpendicular, which like sort of breaks the law that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. I mean, that's everybody knows that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. Therefore, to sort of show a picture where they're not, and like sort of say that, well, your model dictates that has to be true. So therefore you can imagine a horizontal and a vertical not being perpendicular to each other. I mean, it sort of allows the within the logical formula of a reductio ad absurdum, where you could say, take it to an absurdity and say that horizontal and vertical could be parallel to each other. Going with the rules that you've just stated, which, I mean, that's an absurdity, but I'm guessing that's where you are, right? You're in the land of absurdities and contradictions, whereas I just don't do that. I go with the geometric understanding of vertical and horizontal being perpendicular, and I assume no other shape of anything to dictate anything within that framework. It's just a purely geometric understanding of obviously a vertical is a straight line. I mean, nobody's going to deny that, right? And because a vertical is a straight line, a perpendicular is a relationship of a straight line in, you could say, maximum opposition, but in order to make all four of those right angles, Euclidean axiom again, all right angles are equal. So all four of the right angles are equal, making it that those two straight lines that are perpendicular to each other form those four right angles. And that's always the relationship of vertical and horizontal. So it's also within the definitions of Euclid, which I noticed you did use a bit of Euclid in your proof. I commend you for that. I think it's well worth pointing out to everybody that the logical arguments that are formed within Euclid are worth using within a debate, because it gives you a definitive answer. It's just that your fallacious reasoning in using that that was at fault. The relationship of the perpendicular is within the definition of book 11. Let's see if I can just get it quick here for you. Book 11, definition. A straight line is perpendicular or at right angles to a plane when it makes right angles with every straight line meeting it in that plane. That's a definition. So a perpendicular to a plane is perpendicular to the plane anywhere where it meets any of the straight lines within the plane. Not at a certain point, at least geometrically. And that gives you the horizontal plane for you to build from. And at every point on that horizontal plane, you can have a perpendicular. And all of those perpendiculars to that plane will be parallel. So the issue I think that you've got before you is the horizontal plane, which is only perpendicular to the vertical. So I mean, if you have the vertical, then you can have the horizontal plane. When you have the horizontal plane, you can have all perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will provably be parallel. And that's, I guess, that would be my rebuttal to what you were saying. I mean, you've got, obviously, Larry Scott, was it? Larry Scott and Jesse Kozlowski, some shadow giants that say they've measured angles. Well, we have a test called the Realising Euclid Test that is to show that no straight line can belong within the plane and then without it. The straight line lies within the plane. So that would be my presentation to you, to see the Realising Euclid Test and how the horizontal plane obviously can be established. I mean, it's talked about often. It was talked about within the contour lines of on maps, the horizontal plane. or as in all of the maps are. They're made and formed on the horizontal plane, and the contour lines are depictions of these other horizontal planes as slices through the terrain elevation. And also every elevation profile ever drawn will start off with a horizontal baseline, and then you will have a measured vertical as being perpendicular to that horizontal. So all of the horizontals within every elevation profile of every engineering project or anything that's ever been drawn, all of the horizontals will be parallel within those pictures and drawings also. And I would offer you contour lines on maps as well also. Are you ready to?
Yeah, sure. I just want to make sure you say everything you want to say.
I'm not too sure what more I could say, really.
Well, let me see if I can go through a little bit of it. One thing you talked about was that you think that I didn't draw horizontals perpendicular to verticals, and I can probably almost guarantee you, because I did that. I didn't do that in a CAD program. I did it on PowerPoint. So maybe my eye is not as good as I thought it was. Maybe I got them a little bit out of whack. But in every case, in every single case, I fully intended to make sure the horizontals are perpendicular to verticals. That's the definition of it.
Yeah, but it was when you extended it.
When I extended,
are you doing the rebuttal to my rebuttal, or are you doing your rebuttal to my argument?
Well, we can just go from there at this point. What I would say, though, to kind of start it off, is you've got nothing but pure geometry, and you have failed to consider a possibility of a different geometry. You've done nothing to look at what would happen if the Earth actually was spherical.
Well, see.
On the other hand, I made no assumptions whatsoever.
Well, yeah, I did make an assumption, right? Assumption number one: a vertical is a straight line.
That's okay. Make the same assumption. A vertical is a straight line.
Horizontal is perpendicular to it, right? Okay. Yeah. And horizontal is a plane.
In every case, horizontal is perpendicular to vertical. Okay. In every case.
And all perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be parallel.
To a horizontal plane, not to all horizontal planes. That's the problem.
No. All perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel. Yeah,
that would be true, but only one of those verticals is a plumb line.
No, perpendicular to horizontal.
Every other vertical line perpendicular to a horizontal line, except for the one that's a plumb line, will not be plumb lines. They will be leaning.
They will be vertical.
Just as we just showed you.
You said that vertical and plumb lines and zenith and the vector of gravity are all the same.
That's all the same. Exactly.
They are all the same, right? So vertical can be the term that we use. Now, perpendicular to vertical is a horizontal plane. Would we agree on that? At least
if you're going to call vertical, if you're going to call vertical a gravity vector.
You did. You agreed to that.
That's what I'm calling it too.
Yeah. Okay.
Then we're going to go back and sort out.
That's a straight line.
Disconnect. We're going to sort out the disconnect here.
Okay.
In reality, vertical is a plumb line, and there's one and only one of those associated with a horizontal. Every other vertical defined as a gravity vector is not going to be perpendicular to that horizontal line.
Okay, that's
It
see, that's
cannot
where
be.
I started, like saying that you have a vertical that's a vertical that's intersecting that horizontal plane, not perpendicularly, don't you? In fact, you have
Oh,
more verticals, i.e. plumb bobs, that are intersecting the horizontal plane not perpendicularly.
there
Than you
are an
have
infinite
that
number of
are.
them that are doing that. There are an infinite number of plumb lines intersecting a single horizontal, which is only perpendicular to one of them.
But all verticals and horizontals are perpendicular.
All
At least that's
verticals
the
have their own
understanding, right?
all verticals have their own horizontal, Biv.
No.
That's the
They
problem. You
say
have
no.
made the
That
assumption.
nobody says that, Blue. People say
Oh, yeah. We all
vertical
say
and
that.
horizontal are perpendicular. That's a statement that you can make, right? With no queries or anything, right? You just say that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. There's no qualifications. There's no special rule to that. They just
make
are.
sure.
In reality, anyway, surely.
Let me know when you're done.
Go on.
Let's make sure we're clear. When I said vertical, when I said vertical a while ago, when you were talking about to a horizontal, yes, you could have verticals too. You could have an infinite number of verticals perpendicular to any particular horizontal, but only one of them will be a gravity vector. Only one and only one. Now, the problem is that you have assumed that there is one and only one plane of the horizon, and the fact of the matter is there is an infinite number of them. That is the reason
we're talking
why
about the horizontals.
That there are an infinite number of horizontals. If you define horizontal, it's perpendicular to the gravity vector. There are an infinite number of them. If you move your instrument, you've got a different horizontal. Even if you just move it an inch, you have a slightly different horizontal. And for sure, when you move it 10 miles, you've got two very different horizontals.
Horizontal is a straight line with zero slope, right? It's a plane with zero slope to any corner.
Do you understand that the reciprocal zenith angles show you that the horizontals have to be not parallel with each other?
No, there's no tilt to a horizontal.
Yes, there is. It's measured.
There's no tilt to horizontal.
I'm sorry, you can deny it, stick your head in the sand, and do all that you like, but it's just no. I've got measurements, and it's not just Larry and Jesse.
You've got measurements of a tilting
I showed you the measurements. I showed you the reciprocal zenith angles measured by NOAA. Comes from 1978. We can come up with hundreds, probably thousands of those. Not by Larry or Jesse. Independent sources. This is well known in the industry. It's well known survey.
The angle of a horizontal to a horizontal.
Those horizontals are not the same. They cannot be because the plumb lines are not parallel. We have proven that.
You've proven that there's a tilt to a plumb line now as well.
Absolutely. The two plumb lines tilt away from each other. Euclid showed you why.
I'm pretty sure there's no tilt to either a vertical plumb bob or a horizontal, a level. There's no slope, no tilt ever.
All I can say, Bev, is that all the measurements ever made disagree with you. Those verticals, those plumb lines are always diverging. Always. There's not a single case where you see the verticals parallel with each other or converging. They always diverge. Now, we don't do this sort of thing over just a few hundred feet or a mile or two because the amount of tilt is not, the amount that they diverge is not enough to really get you up out of the noise. But when you go 10 miles away or 20 miles or 30 miles away, then you see it.
See, what a tilt of a vertical.
the lines, the
Tilt of a horizontal.
the plumb lines are diverging. They're tilting away from each other. In fact, every vertical is tilting away from every other vertical. It all starts at one center point at the middle of the Earth.
But verticals don't tilt. There's no...
Certainly they do. With respect to each other, absolutely they do. The measurements prove it. You can't deny that.
But
and it's not just
are
Larry
they
and
both
Jesse.
going to be perpendicular to the horizontal plane?
At the instrument, at that point, yes. At that plumb line, yes. Horizontal is perpendicular to it, perfectly perpendicular at that one point.
To both of them?
But only that one point.
No, you could. Perpendicular isn't at a point, though. That's not how perpendicular works.
The horizontal that is established by an autolevel or a theodolite is reference to gravity. The horizontal doesn't exist. The gravity vector does. Horizontal is something that is derived from the vertical, and it is set to be 90 degrees exactly.
But it's
that's
the,
what
it's
an
the
autolevel
horizontal
does.
plane that's measured.
What a theodolite does.
It is literally the horizontal plane that is measured within differential leveling. Yes.
No, it is.
Yes, it's the height of the horizontal
wait a
plane.
Minute, Biff. An autolevel is establishing a horizontal plane of reference. I just explained to you how it's doing that. It references itself to gravity, and that crosshair is set to be 90 degrees to that gravity vector. And therefore, the theodolite, or the autolevel, is establishing a horizontal plane of reference. No two ways about it. But in differential leveling, how do you do it? You set the instrument between 2 points, equidistant.
No, when you do the two-peg test, you don't, do you? When you're checking you don't.
I don't give a crap about a two-peg test. I'm talking about doing differential.
That's your check.
You brought up the differential. Okay, check. Yeah, right. Check. You got it.
Okay.
Yes, you check it. Let's say we've checked it. Now, what do you do with the autolevel? You set it up midway between 2 points, and you take readings, a foresight and a backsight. You know that. You take a foresight and a backsight, and the curvature to the foresight is exactly the same as the curvature to the backsight. If you've got the instrument set midway between the two measuring rods, and you eliminate earth curve that way, you eliminate refraction that way, and you eliminate collimation error.
Oh, don't do
that.
That's
the entire reason why it's done. That's the entire reason, and I've shown it to you. In fact, I can go find it somewhere, but you've seen that before. I've shown it to you before.
There is no tilting verticals, and there is no tilting sloping horizontals.
You're denying
there is no angle between a horizontal and a horizontal.
You're just sticking your head in the sand. You're just sticking your head in the sand and denying the measurements that you just saw. Not just the measurements by Jesse and Larry. Measurements by Noah, and we can bring a bunch more of them out.
The shadow giants, Blue. You shouldn't be listening to them.
They're not shadow.
They're not here to talk for themselves.
Well, then, what do you want me to do, Bev?
Well, I don't know. I mean, they've got you to say this stuff that they can't say for themselves, which is really strange because you don't seem to know anything about it. And what you've just said is that perpendiculars aren't perpendicular, which is a little bit contradictory.
Exactly where those points are. I've given you the coordinates for all the points that were measured. You can go out and repeat it for yourself. Why don't you do that? Why don't some of you guys go and do that?
What? I can measure a vertical and a horizontal being perpendicular.
You can do the same measurement that Larry and Jesse did. I showed you exactly where they were when they made the measurements.
I can't
do it yourself. Well, you can't, but somebody here in this country, get one of your buddies.
We do tests, Blue, but you just misrepresent them. We have actually done stuff. We went over one the other day that you have avoided answering any questions about.
What was that?
When I walked out on the beach towards the horizon, the true horizon over water, and I managed to get myself underneath the horizon. I mean, how's that possible?
Well, you're talking about the tree line. Yeah.
The what?
That horizon was a tree line, Biv.
No, it wasn't, Blue.
Yeah, it was, Biv. Pull
No,
it
it
up.
wasn't,
Let's
Blue.
look at it. Pull it up and let's look at it.
What you want to see under the horizon?
You want to show it to us again? What I saw looked like a tree line.
Yeah, but it's
That's what you
not.
were
It's
under.
It's the true horizon, Blue. The true
Well,
horizon. You know what the true horizon is?
Bev, it looked like a tree line in the distance.
not.
You were below the tree line.
It's not. That way is the way you look to see the Isle of Man from Southport Beach.
Well, then maybe I'm seeing the Isle of Man out there.
We were looking. Okay, well, I managed to get myself under the horizon, whatever the horizon
Well,
is,
I don't
whether
know
it's
what point.
topographical or whatever. But I would say it's a true horizon, the water.
You weren't in the water,
No, I wasn't.
and I didn't see any water in the picture, honestly. Where was the water?
Above my head, the horizon, the true horizon.
The true horizon, the water, the true horizon, the water was above your head. Okay.
Yeah, I surprised.
Well, you said something else too that I wanted to address, and that was you brought up elevation profiles.
Yes.
You know what an elevation profile is, Bev? It's not it's not a cross section drawing. It sort of resembles one, but that's not really what it is. The axis on that drawing is distance. The vertical axis is departure from some datum. So the baseline that you call perfectly straight certainly is on a graph, and that's all it is, a graph. That is representing mean sea level, for instance, which is curved. Every line above it is measuring above that baseline. It doesn't matter what shape line that in reality, what shape that datum is. It could be a sine wave. It could be a circle. It could be anything. 5 feet above the datum is 5 feet. It's a straight line across the page. That's what it would be. You see what that in the distance, Bill?
Yeah.
You telling me that's water?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
You're actually
Is
going
it?
to try to tell me that crap you're seeing that above your head is water?
Yep. The true horizon.
I don't believe
Blue.
you.
I know.
Believe you, Bill.
You don't believe very much.
I don't believe you.
Yeah.
That's not water.
I know, it's amazing, isn't it? Couldn't be, could it? It's not possible. It is not possible. Impossible, isn't it, Blue?
Then that's got to be huge waves. Turn the video on and let's see the waves move around.
True horizon, Blue. We've done it many times.
Look at how uneven the top of that thing is, Bev.
The video is called Under the Horizon. Check it out on Try Thinking YouTube channel. It's when we went out for a day out.
Would you play it?
What? Did I play the video?
Play a little bit of it for me.
Okay, wait a minute. Let me set it up. Share your screen. Look at this Discords. It's good, isn't it? Watch this. Can you see that now?
Yeah, let's see. Let me go to your live.
Let me get it for the people at home. The people out there. There we go. Hey, do you want to see us at the beginning?
No, I want to see that part where you're under that
There you go.
horizon.
Oh, wait a minute.
It's a giant.
DP, you're just gonna have to move your leg there. Yeah.
Right. So that's us going out, so showing everybody how we do it. We set everything up, and then you want to see the end bit here, where we're walking out. Come on.
Can you not?
Even your
If I get down low,
you
I
can't
can
see
see.
You can't see it.
If I get down low, I can see your stick. That's it.
Wow.
Music's busted.
Really?
World's famous busted.
Your measuring rod is almost underneath the crosshair.
Yeah. 5 meters.
Okay, it does
Yes,
look like
that
it's moving
looks like-
around, Bill.
I can't even see you.
10.
Yeah.
I swear it looked like it
Have
looks
you
like it's
never been
moving,
out
yeah.
there with the camera, like a P1000? Look through it.
No.
The one on the left, the big screen there with the crosshairs, obviously, as you can see, that is an auto level.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would imagine that would be true.
Yeah. So as you can see within that picture, the horizon does not rise to it, does it? Never has done. Never had. That's how I came into this with a conversation with a guy who's got a YouTube channel, that attacks people for saying things like the horizon doesn't rise to eye level. How could it? They're horizontal planes, and horizontal planes don't intersect with each other. That'd be ridiculous to say that sort of stuff, wouldn't it?
But
Because you have a horizontal plane rising.
You don't have a horizontal plane rising, Bev. You have a level line which is dropping away from you.
So which
I don't know
which
exactly.
level's dropping away then?
I don't know exactly where you were, or the shape of the terrain around there, or the atmospheric conditions, or
It's the
anything.
beach, Blue.
Okay.
Southport Beach. You know where we go to go and do some filming? I mean, this time when we set the auto level up, we weren't pointing it at Blackpool. It's just further over to the right, Blackpool Tower. But it's the same beach, same place.
So your auto
It's just we're
level is sitting
looking
on the
outwards.
beach.
Yes, we're
Your auto level
looking
sitting
outwards.
Your auto level sitting on the beach, right?
Yes.
What's the height of it? 5 feet or so?
Yeah.
How far above that horizon do you think those crosshairs are? How did that happen?
How far? Well, there, like you can see me in the thing. It's
Yeah,
about 5
see.
meters where I am.
I see you. You're a good,
Yeah.
4 or 5 meters below the crosshairs.
Yeah, because I'm holding the staff there, and that measuring rod that you can't really read.
Is that beach level?
5 meters.
Is that beach level?
Is the beach level? What?
Yeah. Is it?
It's sloping, isn't it, Blue?
Is it?
Isn't it?
Was it level or not? How far away are you?
How can a beach be level, Blue?
I'm just asking you, how much deviation is there in the terrain there?
But it looks like, according to that, I mean, you wouldn't use it over that sort of distance because that would be mental. But according to that picture, where I am is 5 meters. My feet are about 5 meters. According to that, that's presuming, of course, you imagine that horizontal crosshair that's within the auto level, about a mile away, is the same horizontal as the image that's coming from about a mile away where I am there. Because
So
it
you're
has to
only
go
about a
through the
mile
prism
away?
system.
You're only about a mile away, and you're already disappearing bottom up.
Now there's a little bit
Sorry,
of
Bill.
there's
I can't make any sense out of this
Can you not?
without more information.
Okay. Well, the point to make out though is, Blue,
without
that
knowing where you are,
bit
without
over
knowing
my
exactly where
head
you are
is the
and where
horizon.
The auto level is, then I won't be able.
Is that how
to
you explain the
have
horizon
any
being
kind
over
of
my
any kind
head?
of intelligent comment about it,
Mhm.
other than to say it's awfully strange that this 5 foot high horizontal plane of reference as the auto level is setting up, somehow or the other is at least 15 feet above, maybe more than that.
5 meters.
By the time it goes a mile. So either
the measuring rod.
one of two things is happening.
It's 5
Either
meters.
the beach is, either you're standing up on a hill or the auto level's up on a hill,
No, it's on the beach.
or you're going over the curve of the earth, which is unbelievable at a mile.
What,
But
with,
still,
with
that
the
water,
horizon being above my head in the distance behind me?
I don't know, Bev, without knowing more about
the
this.
question was, how do you explain it?
I'm not going to try to
I know.
explain it without knowing the full story.
That's what we were saying at the beginning.
I've shown you the
can't
full
even
story on
attempt
the
to
stuff I
explain
gave
it.
you. I showed you exactly where all the observations were made from. I showed you everything.
Yeah, and you can see this is an actual video that we recorded. We do this live, broadcast live into Discord on the level Discord server.
Well, let's get back to the subject matter, though. You cannot explain why those reciprocal zenith angles exceed 180 degrees.
What reciprocal zenith angles?
The ones I showed you. I showed you one from Larry and Jesse, but I showed you 7 more from Noah.
Well, so you've got 2 points, A and point B.
Yeah.
Right? Now, those 2 points, you have a shortest distance between the two of them. Yes?
Of course.
Okay, now that line that you are making, is that horizontal?
No.
Okay. Can you make that line horizontal?
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Is that line between the two theodolites horizontal? That's the way I was hearing your question. Is that what you asked me?
Yeah, I said that line from A to B that is the shortest distance from A to B. Can you make that line
Hold on,
horizontal?
let me answer the damn question, Bev. You're asking about the line between Larry's autolevel or Larry's theodolite and Jesse's theodolite. Is that the line you're talking about?
Just from any point from A to B. Can you make that line horizontal? Is it possible?
Is it possible to make the line horizontal? Yes, you can set your autolevel, or you can set up an autolevel and do that, or you can set the theodolite at 90 degrees and do that. Yes, you can. You won't be looking at the other theodolite. They're not at the same elevation.
Sorry, the line between the two would be horizontal with zero slope.
No, sir. It is not.
Oh, so the question is, Blue, can you make a line from A to B? Can you make that horizontal with zero slope?
As long as A and B, no, you can't.
You can't make a line horizontal. You're not confined or restrained to
what you're asking me. Or you're talking about two theodolites separated by a distance of 10 miles.
No, I'm just talking about point A and point B, separated by whatever distance you want.
10 miles.
10 miles. Okie dokie. Right now, can you make that line from A to B horizontal?
Horizontal defined as perpendicular to a vertical, to a gravity vector?
Straight line.
I can make a straight line, yes.
Okay. Horizontal.
Not horizontal.
Okay. Could you make a straight line with zero slope? As in no part being neither higher nor lower than any other part. Could you do that for 10 miles?
Could I make a straight line? Could I make a straight line following a level? That's what you're asking.
No, a horizontal line, a straight line, that has no part of it neither higher nor lower.
Compared to what, Bev?
With zero slope, compared to the horizontal.
Neither higher nor lower than what?
The horizontal, like the horizontal. There's no change from the horizontal.
From
no
a
slope,
single point,
no tilt.
From a single point, are you asking me from a single point, from a single instrument sitting, can I make two horizontals that are parallel with each other? Sure, you could do that.
Okay, so you can have horizontals that are parallel.
You can.
Straight lines.
They will not be connecting any other point on the Earth.
But horizontals aren't. They're just established at an even altitude. They're not connected
only
to
at one
anything.
point. Bev. Only one and only 1 point.
No, the whole horizontal.
No, sir. That's the whole problem that you've got.
What I've got.
Elevation is level. We're talking about a level line and a horizontal line, and the two are not the same. Yeah, and that's the problem you've got.
Okay. So are you gonna go and rebut my arguments from the beginning then? Are you gonna have a go and attempt at least to rebut the initial arguments, the two simple, basic arguments that I put forward?
I think I've just done that. You've made a single fatal flaw in your logic by assuming there is one and only one plane of the horizon.
Yeah, but all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, aren't they?
All horizontals are parallel to one plane of the horizon. There are an absolute infinite number of horizons, planes of the horizon.
We call them plane of the horizon, though, right? Whenever you establish a horizontal, it will be parallel to the plane of the horizon in front of you.
At that point.
The plane of the horizon
and as
to the left of you,
point,
the plane of the horizon to the right of you, the plane of the horizon behind you, because you will be establishing a plane.
I just proved that they're not the same.
What aren't the same?
You cannot
the plane
your
of the horizon in front and the plane behind.
You cannot move, Bev, if you take your auto level and stay on a great circle. That would be the only way you could do it. If you stay right on a great circle with the auto level, then yes, horizontals would be parallel to each other, but not planar.
Not planar, did you say?
They will not be in the same plane. No, they will not.
Horizontal plane will be.
It's not as hard. I'm thinking about horizontal lines now. You can have horizontal lines.
All the horizontal lines will be contained within the horizontal plane.
All those lines along that great circle will be parallel to each other, but no two of them will be in.
I don't know what you're talking about. Circles. We're talking about a horizontal plane.
Only two of them could ever lie in a plane.
Only two of them could lie in a plane. Only two horizontal lines.
You can't have a third. You cannot have a third horizontal line lying in the same plane.
Sorry, a horizontal plane will contain all of the horizontal lines within it. Every line within the horizontal plane will be horizontal.
I don't think you understand
it. Please explain. Do you think there's something wrong with that statement?
Yeah, I absolutely do.
When I say, let me clarify then, right? I say that all of the straight lines that are contained within a horizontal plane will be horizontal lines, because that's how geometry works. The plane contains all of the straight lines within it. Any 2 points you put anywhere on that plane, if you connect the two, it will be a horizontal line. Straight line.
Hold on a second. I'm trying to. Here we go. Okay, sorry. Had to get my screen sorted out. I don't know what else to tell you, Bev. I have shown it to you. You're shaking your head saying no, no, no.
Yeah, because it sounds crazy. I could
well,
a horizontal plane obviously exists.
You refuse to consider any other possible shape other than a flat plane.
No. When you're talking about a horizontal plane, then that's a horizontal plane that you're talking about. And if you're talking about the geometric understanding of the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane, then surely they're vertical.
Surely they're not. Only one of them is.
Which one?
That plane is tangent. That plane is tangent
just a horizontal plane
to the ellipsoid at 1 point only.
But it's a horizontal plane.
Now, you can have all kinds of lines in that horizontal plane, but the plane itself is only tangent at one point. It's only perpendicular to gravity at one point. One. Not
vertical, you said. The gravity is vertical. Plumb.
This is plumb, gravity, vertical. I thought we see this is why
They're
we
all
should
the
have
same
sorted all
thing.
these words out to begin with.
Yeah.
Now, are you trying to say that you can have other lines that are perpendicular to that horizontal plane? I will say absolutely you can. Not a one of them meets the description of vertical.
But vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal.
So
no, they would meet that description.
No, Bev, not by the definition that vertical is a plumb line. It does not meet that definition.
But vertical is perpendicular to horizontal. And vertical you said they're all the same.
Horizontal.
Yeah. Okay, so let's just talk about the vertical and the horizontal.
Let's talk about the verticals and the way they lean away from each other.
There's no,
as we've just
you
shown you.
can't tilt verticals.
They did, Bev. You have no way to explain why it does that.
They can't. It sounds crazy.
In your paradigm,
when did you see a vertical tilting?
I just showed it to you. You want me to pull the video back up and we'll go through it again? I showed you the measurements.
Do you imagine that Flagpole Tower's got a tilt to it?
8 arc minutes. Over 10 miles. Actually, 9 arc minutes.
Is that about how far you reckon Flagpole Tower would be tilting?
Well, you're 13 miles away. Yeah, it's probably tilted about 10 arc minutes.
Leaning Flagpole Tower.
Yeah, that it's vertical. Would be leaning away from you.
Its vertical would be leaning and tilting.
Of course. It's a radial, Bev.
I'm not.
It's a radial, and you can see that. You see that in your photograph. Why is your auto level okay?
Yeah, we went there to show you the distance that you can see.
Plane? Does your auto level establish a horizontal plane or not?
It's not checkable, is it?
Why not?
Because you can't see to check anything. There's a limit to how far you can see. That's why we went to the beach at Southport to show people how the effective range. If you can't check it, Blue, how do you know?
100 yards, how far off is it, Biff?
I don't know.
Check it at 100 yards, can't you?
Oh, 100
you don't know
yards.
How far off it is. Well, what do the specs on it say? How far off would it be?
How far off would what be?
Your horizontal
plane.
How far off perfectly horizontal would it be with your auto level, do you think?
How far off would the horizontal plane be from the horizontal plane? Are you saying
millimeter at 100 yards?
You're asking how far off the horizontal plane is. From
I'm asking you how much is how inaccurate is your auto level?
You
set your auto level up, you reference it to gravity, you release the compensator.
We do the 2-peg test.
Do the 2-peg test. Yeah. Do all of that stuff you want to do.
Yeah.
Now, at 100 yards, how far off is it from being perfectly horizontal?
If we can see to the millimeter, then we are to the millimeter. Right?
Okay.
The moment we can't see to the millimeter, it's out of range. It's not checkable.
Okay. You're saying that you can see to the millimeter at 100 yards, right?
I don't know, Blue.
Okay.
I don't know. I've not got my auto level up. Have you got one?
No, I've got a dumpy level.
Okay, so what at 100 yards? How far can you see?
100 yards.
Yeah. Right, so what millimeter to the what can you see on your stats?
Oh, I don't know what the specs are on mine.
No, how far can you see? You're asking me And I'm saying, I don't know. I've not set it up. I've not measured it. I don't know what the conditions are. Have you tested it? I'm asking you.
So you're saying your auto level?
No, I'm
is
asking
so
you,
far
Blue.
off.
You've just asked
You're
me if
saying
I've
that
done
your
it, and I'm
auto
saying
level
that reciprocating it, Blue. Have
You're
you
saying
done
your
it?
auto level is so far off, it misses by 100 feet, 13 miles away. That's what you're saying. That's a
No,
pretty
I've not
crappy
said
piece
that.
of
I've
equipment
said,
you got, Bill.
I've said,
Maybe
Blue.
you ought to get a better one.
Blue. Don't
What?
don't have a go at the tools. You know it's how good accurate it is. You know the specs of the tool that I have.
Yeah,
the point
exactly.
is, Blue, you don't use it over those distances.
Not if you're going to measure.
Only a fool would do
You
that.
don't, but it doesn't make any difference for what I'm doing with it, Bev.
What
I don't
are you
need a
doing with
measuring
it?
rod.
What are you doing with
I'm
your
looking at where that
auto level?
horizontal-
What
I
are
was
you
looking
doing
at
with
where
your auto level, Blue? What are you
I was
doing?
looking at where your crosshair is striking Blackpool Tower, and it's 95 feet above sea level. You can't deny that. Sorry, it's your picture. Maybe you shouldn't have made the picture, but you did.
Maybe
and it shows what it shows.
Maybe you shouldn't have took Chike's picture without actually watching the
Chike's
video
picture.
to see
your
what we were doing.
I know what you were doing, and I don't care what you were doing. Your presence.
What do you
in
mean
that
you
picture
don't
makes
care
no
what I
difference
was
to me
doing?
one way or the other.
What do you mean you don't care what I was doing?
I don't.
But that's obvious because you're going against what we were going there to do. We were going there to show people how far you can use the auto level, what the effective range is. And we went there to show that there are charlatans out there that claim that they can do impossible things. There's quite a few of them. They're growing. There's more. Like people that claim they can measure the tilt of a vertical.
Well,
Ridiculous.
I just showed you how they can. And those
It's
theodolites they're
impossible, Blue.
using. No, it's not impossible, Bev. It's very possible. They did it. And the auto level, the theodolites they're using are 1 arc second theodolites. They're very, very accurate.
Mm-hmm. You can measure the tilt of a vertical.
They did.
Can you measure the slope of a horizontal?
And you measure the slope of a horizontal. Again, now we're getting into the semantics here. What are you calling a horizontal?
Well, you've got a tilting vertical that you can measure. Can you measure the slope of the horizontal?
We can measure the internal angles just like Euclid talked about. And when those internal angles add up to more than 180 degrees, the two verticals, the two lines have to be diverging. That's the only way it can happen.
And the line between them cannot be horizontal, right?
No, it won't be.
And why is that?
It will never be, even if they're at exactly the same elevation.
Why is that?
You can't point the two theodolites at each other and have either one of them horizontal.
How long is a horizontal line, Blue?
How big is a cloud, Bev? What kind of question is that?
Well, it's a very simple question. How long is a horizontal line?
I don't even understand what you're getting at. What horizontal line? How long is what horizontal line?
Okay.
The horizontal line that
pick one.
The horizontal.
Pick one.
Well, the horizontal line that Larry and Jesse used was about 11.2 miles.
Okay, now
not horizontal.
That horizontal line.
Not horizontal.
Oh, right. Well, how long? Now, yes. Now let's have the horizontal line.
The distance between the two theodolites was about 11.2 miles. Not horizontally.
Okay.
They're not anywhere
how
close
long?
to the same elevation.
Let me start
Neither
again.
One of those lines
perhaps,
is horizontal.
Perhaps you missed
They're
it.
never going to be horizontal.
How long?
What you say or how much you want to argue about it. Those lines are never going to be horizontal.
Yeah. Okay. How long can a horizontal be then, Blue?
That question makes no damn sense.
Okay.
Let's stick with
Can
Euclid.
can it be?
Let's stick with Euclid.
Can
Was
a
Euclid
horizontal
right or
line
not? If,
be like a
was
foot?
Euclid right
Can
or
you
not?
make
If
a
you have two
can
lines
you make
that
a
are
horizontal
parallel,
line a foot
any line
long,
that
Blue?
cuts those two lines, the interior angles have to add up to 180 degrees exactly. Is that true or not true?
Can we have a foot long horizontal line, Blue? We're just so people can imagine them at home, like a ruler.
You can have a,
you
can have a foot long line. Yes, you can have a foot long line.
Okay, now
yes.
at each end of that ruler, can you have a perpendicular to that horizontal?
To that horizontal line, yes, you can.
Right, okay. Now those perpendiculars to that horizontal line will be parallel, won't they?
If you have a 1 foot long, 1 foot long line,
yeah,
and
horizontal
a line
line.
at each you keep wanting to throw more words in it.
I know, you just said a horizontal line, Blue.
If you have a 1 foot long line, Bill,
horizontal line,
and a line at each, okay.
Uh-huh.
I'm not going along with it then. Nope. The answer is no, you can't.
Okay. So how long could we make? Could we make it like 2 centimeters? Could we have a 2 centimeter horizontal line with a perpendicular at each end of it?
Perpendicular to the line?
To the horizontal line, yeah. To the horizontal line.
To the horizontal line.
Yeah.
Perpendicular to a horizontal line. At each end, yes, you could have
2 centimeter. So we could have a 2 centimeter horizontal line with a perpendicular at each end of it.
Yes, you could.
Okay, now the perpendiculars to that horizontal line would be parallel, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
Okay.
If they're perpendicular to that line, they would be parallel to each other. That's true.
What do we call?
And the internal angles would sum to 90 degrees, just like Euclid, or 180 degrees, just like Euclid said, right?
Okay. Absolutely, perpendiculars to a horizontal line.
Proposition 29, Biff. Yeah.
Okay,
those
would those two lines be parallel?
90 plus 90 is 180.
Yeah, and there's no more angles left for the triangle. So therefore a triangle cannot be formed because all of the 180 degrees have been taken up within the 2 right angles.
Yeah.
Right, now perpendicular to that horizontal line, you've got 2 lines that are parallel. And as we know, perpendicular to the horizontal is called vertical. And you've got 2.
I will not go along with that, Bev. You're not going to play that game.
Okay, so the geometric horizontal, it can't work then. Is that because it's horizontal?
It's because there is only one point. If that is truly a horizontal line, it is only perpendicular to vertical at the center of it. No place else.
So how long can we have a geometric horizontal line being then? It just sounds like you can't really have a horizontal line for some reason.
Of course you can have a horizontal line, Bev. But
how long
horizontal is only perpendicular to vertical at one point.
But yeah, but everybody knows horizontal and vertical are perpendicular.
Everybody knows that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular to each other at one point.
No, at every point on the horizontal plane.
No, negative.
What?
Wrong. That's the problem that you've got.
As far as I'm aware, everybody knows that horizontal and vertical are perpendicular across the whole plane. If you can you have a vertical plane?
Everybody I know knows better.
Can you have a vertical plane?
Can you have a vertical plane? Sure, you can have a vertical plane.
Okay, now can you have a perpendicular to the vertical plane?
Yes, you could.
And that would be a horizontal line, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So you can have a horizontal being perpendicular to a vertical across the entirety of the vertical plane.
Just a moment.
Oh, wait a minute.
Hold on.
Hold
on. The phone.
Okay. Mulligan. Mulligan time.
Yeah,
I'll start again. Can you have a vertical plane?
You're playing a shitty game here, Bev, and I don't like it very much.
No, I'm just asking you. Can you have a vertical plane?
Forget about the planes. Talk about lines.
Well, can you have a vertical plane? Because everybody knows that the extension of the
You can have a vertical plane and you can have a line perpendicular to it.
And that would be horizontal.
At one point. You could have
No,
one
the
horizontal line.
entire line that would be perpendicular to the vertical plane would be horizontal, right?
Stop the plane bullshit. Let's go back to Euclid. We're talking about lines, not planes.
Well, that's
I don't
Euclid
want to play
as well.
this game with
Book
you.
11. So it may be a
Book
bit
11.
advanced for you, the Book 11.
I don't think it's too advanced for me.
Well, it's planes. That's what he's talking about.
I'm
Planes,
talking about
3D.
lines, Bev. Book 1, Proposition 29. Stick to it. We're talking about lines.
Yeah, well, we normally deal with Book 11.
Well, you're welcome to do that. And I'm talking about Book 1, Proposition 29 specifically. Nothing else. Not planes, just lines.
Okay, but you know that the development of the extension of a line is a plane, right? Because all of the straight lines lie within the plane. Therefore, once you have a straight line, then you have a plane for the straight line to be contained in, at least conceptually within the geometric framework.
You don't just have a plane. You've got an infinite number of planes for the straight line to be contained within.
Well, no, because the straight line would be 2 points, and then obviously if you have 3 points, then you can define a plane. But the straight line does lie within the plane in order to give the plane a dimension within the third dimension, so you know where you need 3 points.
A straight line lies within an infinite number of planes, Bev.
As a like a diameter or a radius. Such.
You could rotate. You can rotate. You can put the straight line in a plane and rotate the plane about that line, any orientation you want it to be in, and it's still a plane, and the line is still within the plane.
Yeah, like I say, the straight line would be a diameter or a radius, right? That's how you could directly relate it, and then you could directly relate that to the circle, couldn't you? The plane.
I realize you want to confuse this, but let's stick with lines, Bev. Nothing but lines. We don't need planes, just lines.
Lines.
Yeah, because the two theodolites are sitting at two specific positions. They have one vertical.
Theodolite. I thought you were talking about lines. You're bringing theodolites into it.
No, we're talking about Euclid book 20, book 1.
But Euclid didn't use theodolites.
29. Okay, Bev.
Okay. So are we talking about the lines?
Yeah, we'll talk about the lines.
Okay. So no theodolites then.
So if if you have two parallel lines and another line cutting them.
Yeah, you have parallel lines though, right?
You got parallel lines and a line that cuts both of them. The internal angles have to add up, have to be, the sum of the two angles have to be 180 degrees. You agree with that, right? Yes or no?
The parallel lines form the triangle, right? If you form a triangle within it, you would get 180 degrees. Yes.
The parallel lines form a triangle. What?
The 180 degrees forms the triangle, but within the parallel lines,
no.
You're talking about
don't
perpendicular.
Don't play that game, Viv. You've got two parallel lines and a line cutting the pair of them, a straight line that cuts them at any angle you want to put it at, as long as it passes through both of the parallel lines.
Yes.
The sum of its internal angles on either side of it, on either side of the line.
Yeah.
The sum of those two angles has to be exactly 180 degrees. Yes or no?
Yeah, because they're parallel lines, right? You understand why the parallel lines are parallel.
Exactly.
Because of the right angle relationship of the line that's perpendicular to them.
It doesn't have to be at right angles.
No, but that's how you know. That's the proof.
It can be at any angle. And in fact, it was not a right angle in Euclid. Take a look at it.
Yeah.
They didn't draw it as a right angle.
Yeah, I know.
At any angle, it doesn't make any difference. As long as the two lines are parallel, any line you draw that cuts both those lines will have internal angles
Yeah.
that sum to exactly 180 degrees.
Yes. So
You
you're
agree with that?
starting off with parallel lines,
So
right?
we take two theodolites, we aim them at each other. Each theodolite is establishing its own vertical. You got two verticals. You claim those verticals are parallel to each other.
No,
Yet
if
when you
you
measure
have
those internal angles,
perpendiculars, Blue.
yet when the two theodolites are aimed at each other, and so that is the equivalent of that Euclid line that cuts two vertical lines or two parallel lines. According to you, they're parallel. Problem is,
What's
they're
parallel?
not. Every time you measure
Blue,
you
Blue,
get
stop
more than
saying
180
according
degrees.
to me
And the only
they're
way-
parallel. Blue, stop
and
it.
The only way
Stop
they
it.
only way they
Blue.
can be in excess of 180 degrees is if they are diverging. They are not parallel.
Okay, now we were talking about parallel lines, right? You said the parallel lines. You said the parallel lines, right? Now, why have I said they're parallel lines other than agreeing with you that they were parallel lines that you were talking about?
Are you going to actually sit here and say that you haven't claimed that all verticals are parallel?
Blue, I've said that all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel.
Okay, so you agree, though, in that case, that if they are not perpendicular to the horizontal, they are not necessarily parallel with each other.
Let me state this again. Geometrically, Blue. A horizontal plane is established. Then all of the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will be parallel. That's a fact. Right?
I agree with that.
Provable fact.
Absolutely. I agree with that. All perpendiculars to a plane will be parallel.
Okay. Now, the horizontal plane that I state can be established in reality like a realized horizontal plane. A plane in the position with no part being higher nor lower, with no slope to any part of it. It is what is termed as, mathematically and geometrically, as a horizontal plane. Now, all of the perpendiculars to that horizontal plane will be geometrically parallel.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Now, as far as everybody knows, vertical and horizontal are perpendicular.
Vertical is, you just redefined it, Bev.
Redefined what? Vertical?
You were talking about perpendiculars to a horizontal plane, and now you're switching it to vertical. You're not going to play that game with me.
No, I'm just saying that everybody knows that vertical and horizontal have a relationship. That relationship is perpendicular.
No, not in this case. We're not talking about that
case?
anymore. We're not talking about that anymore.
We are. We're talking about a horizontal plane.
No, you're trying to transpose perpendicular to a horizontal plane and vertical, which is a gravity vector.
No, you said vertical is like you said, the gravity vector. It is also a plumb bob, and it is also zenith, nadir.
Yeah, all those things are the same.
Okay, now they're straight lines.
Only one of them is perpendicular to that horizontal plane you're talking about.
All of the perpendiculars.
Only one of them, and that's what that measurement shows.
How do you know which one?
That's what the measurement shows. It's
What,
the one that
you look for the one that isn't tilted.
It is the one that the instrument is set up over, Bev. It's the one directly in line with the compensator in the theodolite or the auto level. That's the vertical that machine is referencing to. That's what every angle is being measured from. And that's what the vertical angles that the theodolite is measuring are based on. It's based on the vertical, the plumb, the zenith that is being established by gravity at that instrument. Only at the instrument, no place else. And when you point the two theodolites at each other, regardless of what their elevation is, you have established that line in Euclid 29. You've established that line that's cutting those two verticals. And every time you do that, the sum of the internal angles exceeds 180 degrees. That means that those verticals cannot be parallel to each other. And if they are not parallel,
measure an angle.
Then the horizontals are not parallel.
Where's your angle that you're measuring, Blue? Like where? Huh? Where's the angle that you're measuring?
The angle is from the vertical to the other, to the line of sight to the other theodolite. That angle, that is the vertical angle.
What, from the zenith?
And surveying parlance, which I thought you would have known by now, but that's what we're talking about. The vertical angle that the theodolite is measuring is reference to...
But the theodolite establishes an azimuthal plane, right? Whenever you set it up, you are setting up on a azimuthal, right?
You're setting up a theodolite just like you set up an auto level.
No, because
the modern ones have compensators in them too. The older ones, like Larry uses, like a Wild T3, it actually has a split bubble, very accurate level in it.
Yeah.
And you're establishing vertical at that point, only at the instrument.
No, you're establishing the horizontal plane.
Angle measurement, every vertical angle measurement you make from that point is reference to that to the vertical.
The bubbles are to establish the horizontal plane.
Say what?
The bubbles, like you said, the levels, in order to make the theodolite level, that's establishing the horizontal.
No, it isn't.
Not the vertical.
Bev, the theodolite measures vertical angles and horizontal angles.
Yeah, but you set it up establishing the azimuthal plane.
No, Bev, no.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
I'm sorry. You're just wrong. That's not what it's doing. When you set up the theodolite, when you set up the theodolite, you are effectively plumbing the thing. You're making it plumb. Vertical from that point is the adjustment.
You're making sure that the azimuthal plane has no tilt.
Azimuthal plane. What are you talking about?
When you turn it around in that circle, like north, south, east, west, there is no tilt to that.
Yeah, that's because you've set it up plumb.
No, it's because you've set it up on the horizontal plane, so it's parallel to the horizon.
That's not how your auto level works either. That's not how a dumpy level works.
It's not how it works.
Set one of those up? How do you set one of those up?
You set them up on the horizontal. You set up the horizontal plane.
You level it. You level it, Bev,
but level is horizontal. It's a horizontal plane that you're establishing.
That is what establishes the vertical, Bev. Okay, whatever.
No, that just establishes the horizontal. There is no vertical component to an auto level. Of course there is. Where?
Of course there is.
Well, the measuring rod.
What do you think the compensator is looking at? It has no horizontal to reference to. It only has gravity. That is vertical, not horizontal.
You do a 2-peg test to make sure it's horizontal. Right? You measure the measuring rods in different positions to establish horizontal, Blue.
Bev, it is gravity that is causing the bubble in a carpenter's level to find the center. It is gravity that is operating on the compensator in your auto level or your theodolite. It is that vertical gravity vector that you're referenced to.
It's the position
then
that leaves you with the bubble in the correct position, right? Once
Say what now?
the spirit level is in the horizontal position, then the bubble will be in the center.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Why?
Because you put the spirit level in the horizontal position.
What would the bubble do without gravity?
Well, it establishes
How
a
could the
horizontal.
bubble even do anything if it were not for the gravity vector? It wouldn't. It couldn't.
Sorry.
The compensator in your auto levels is effectively a plumb bob.
We're talking about a spirit level, Blue. To keep it simple, you know, the bubbles that you use in order to set the thing up.
Yeah.
That establishes the level to be horizontal.
And that bubble is also just like a plumb bob.
In what way?
Gravity is pulling down on the liquid in that and the bubble together. The bubble is trying to find the highest point it can find. That's why the little vial in the thing is curved.
Okay.
Gravity is forcing the bubble to go up to the when you've got the thing. Huh?
Did you say gravity's forcing it up?
Yeah, gravity is what causes that.
Okay.
Why do bubbles go up? Why do you think they rise?
I don't know.
Because they're less dense than the medium that they're in.
Okay, fantastic. So is that what you're going to go with for vertical and horizontal relationship? That you can't have a vertical? Because I mean, it seems like the what you're saying is the geometric horizontal, where perpendiculars to it are parallel, can only exist at one point where you call that vertical. So that means that there is or cannot be a horizontal plane. That's why I asked you at the beginning, how long can you, Blue Marble Science, have a horizontal to be established?
Of course you can have a horizontal plane, Bev. We've said this a million times.
Okay. And perpendicular to horizontal is
that
vertical,
horizontal,
isn't it?
That horizontal plane is horizontal with respect to to the Earth's gravity. That horizontal plane is perpendicular to it at one and only one point.
Yeah, but that's not true of horizontal and vertical, is it?
It's absolutely true. In what we're talking about, it's absolutely true.
And what are we talking about? Are we talking about a horizontal plane in reality? Or are we talking about...
well, show me a horizontal plane in reality, please.
Established by an auto level.
Can I get one from eBay?
An auto level, so. Yes, you can. You said you've got one yourself. A dumpy.
I said I got a dumpy level.
Right. Now, so you can establish a horizontal plane then?
Yeah, I could.
Okay, so there you go. There's the horizontal plane that you want, that you just asked for. Now,
yeah, and
at every point,
horizontal plane, it is only horizontal by the definition of horizontal.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying.
Horizontal at one point, Bev, yeah. The point where that instrument is sitting. That is
okay.
The
so
point
the horizontal plane that's established by that auto level over, let's say, 50 meters.
Okay.
Right. When you hold your measuring rod vertical at 50 meters distance, that vertical is perpendicular to the horizontal plane, isn't it?
No, it isn't.
It should be, though, because that's one of the surveying procedures.
No, it is not.
Yes,
It is absolutely not.
You have to hold the measuring rod vertical, and a tool establishes a horizontal plane. The relationship between horizontal plane and vertical is perpendicular. That's how you know you're getting the correct.
The horizontal plane is perpendicular at the instrument and no place else. And the further away you go from the instrument, the further off it is.
So are you saying that it's not possible for the staff guy to hold his staff perpendicular to the horizontal plane, like vertical?
I'm saying the guy holding the staff would be lucky to hold it within half a degree of vertical in the first place.
Even if they have a little bubble on the back of it.
Well, yeah, you ever seen how much you can wiggle that thing around in a little bubble? It's still pretty much in the middle. Have you ever tried to hold one?
Yeah.
I have plenty of times.
Yeah, me too, Blue. I'm the one that's holding the measuring rod in the pictures, aren't I?
Not that easy. You got a bubble on yours?
Yeah. Yeah, and we do the rocking it backwards and forwards so people... Yeah, I know a lot of people don't, but we do because we're showing people. We show people how you do use these tools on the Discord server. That's what we do on the level, Blue. We are on the level. We put a camera on the level and broadcast it to Discord.
How long did it take you to think that one up? On the level.
Well,
we normally associate
on the level.live.
Yeah, not on the level normally is associated with I'm on the level. I'm telling you the right story. That's what the connotation of it is.
The truth. Yeah, telling the truth.
But, telling the truth. That's what it really is.
But it's a double meaning because we do actually have a level, and we do actually put a camera on the level and broadcast it to the Discord. So that's why. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
So
back to our lines that are not parallel.
But we'll get back to the geometric horizontal plane. How big can it be, Blue?
We measure the internal angles, just like Book 1, Proposition 29 tells us. And every time we do that, we get in excess of 180 degrees. Those verticals are not parallel. They cannot be.
But they are perpendicular to the horizontal.
If they're not parallel, then the horizontals are not parallel.
Okay. But all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon.
I'm sorry, you're just making a statement. You've got nothing to back that up, not a thing.
That's the definition of horizontal, Blue.
I've got all of the measurements that show that what you're saying is not right. And I've told you where the error is in your logic. You're assuming there is one and only one plane of the horizon, and that is wrong.
No. I'm assuming
there are an infinite number of planes of the horizon.
Every horizontal ever will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon wherever you are. Doesn't matter. Every position, wherever you move from any position, forwards, backwards, left, right, doesn't really matter. Even if you move 1 foot or 100 feet, the horizontal will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon, and it will always be parallel to every other horizontal you've ever done. So you establish one there. Is it parallel to the plane of the horizon? Yes. Walk 100 feet. Look round. Say, is this horizontal parallel to the horizontal that I just had before? Yes. Is it parallel to the plane of the horizon?
We just showed you it's not, Bev. We proved it is not. It's been known and shown for hundreds of years.
What, that horizontals aren't parallel? Because the horizontals are parallel. Right?
Always
it's a known fact.
More than 180 degrees. No two verticals are ever parallel, ever.
No, horizontals, Blue. The argument was all horizontals are. Right? Not anything to do with verticals. Don't get distracted.
You've got nothing that
the
says
argument.
That. Nothing that
Yeah, we have. We've got the
that.
argument that I started today
That's
with.
just an argument, Bev. I've got the measurements that prove you're wrong.
That's what debates are for, Blue.
I've got the measurements that prove that
presenting
you're wrong.
the argument, and then they're meant to be discussing the argument.
What you need to do is find out what's wrong with those measurements. Why don't you do this yourself? You can go to Blackpool.
I know that all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon. And I know the geometric implications of a statement that says more than two, every horizontal, wherever you are, will always be parallel to the plane of the horizon. And because of that, you can safely say all horizontals are parallel. That's an argument, Blue. You have to try and rebut that.
Logical fallacy, Bev.
What's the fallacy?
Your assumption is there is one and only one plane of the horizon.
I'm saying all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon associated with the horizontal.
Look, Bev, all you're going to do is just sit here and deny it.
Deny what?
All you're going to do is just sit here and repeat the same fallacy over and over and over again. You're not willing to look at any data that shows you that is not true.
But
you're not willing to pay any attention.
Let's
to the
just say
many horizontal. Made.
Can you have two guys? Can you have one horizontal plane being parallel to the plane of the horizon?
There is an excess there's an angular excess above 180 degrees, absolutely proving that those two verticals cannot be parallel. And if they're not, the horizontals are not.
Yeah. Can you have one horizontal that's parallel to the plane of the horizon? Are you going to have that? Is it possible to have at least one horizontal that is parallel to the plane of the horizon? That's a horizontal plane.
If you pick one point for the observer and say, where's the plane of the horizon?
Horizontal plane.
You can have a horizontal plane from one position, and then you can have all kinds of horizontals from that one position that are parallel. No doubt about it.
What about the plane of the horizon, Blue?
That is a plane of the horizon. You can have multiple, infinite number of horizontals parallel to a plane of the horizon.
So
if you move,
that would make the plane of the horizon horizontal. If you move
to a different position, you have a different plane of the horizon.
Right. Okay.
That's what you missed.
So you understand what a horizontal is, and you understand what parallel is. So you surely understand the implications of saying that the plane of the horizon is parallel to horizontal, right? You understand that?
I understand the implication of saying a plane of the horizon is parallel to a horizontal. Yes. A plane, not the plane. It's not singular.
Okay. So all horizontals are parallel to a plane of the horizon.
Correct.
Okay. So that would make a plane of the horizon horizontal then.
A plane of the horizon is horizontal, and then you can have other horizontals parallel to that horizontal.
Okay.
Yes. Now, if you move, you have another plane of the horizon.
But that also would be horizontal, right? Also,
and those horizontals are not parallel with the first horizontals. And if you move again, now you've got three sets of them. And if you move 1,000,000 times or 1,000,000,000 times, you're going to have 1,000,000 or 1,000,000,000 different planes of the horizon and different horizontals. None of them will be parallel.
What do you mean different horizontals? You mean the parallel to horizontal?
Yeah, parallel from any point, Bev. Different points have different planes of the horizon.
Points?
Yeah, point of observation. Point where your theodolite or your auto level is set up. That establishes, at that point, you establish a horizontal.
a horizontal plane.
Yeah, and if you move the instrument a foot, you've got another horizontal plane that's not parallel to the first one. And if you move another foot, you got another horizontal plane.
But there's no slope or tilt to a horizontal.
That's exactly what the reciprocal zenith measurements are showing you. It's irrefutable.
Terry's posting some nice pictures there. That's when we ran out. Are you liking that, Terry? Showing us going out to go under the horizon. Blue, how big can you establish a horizontal plane, a geometric horizontal plane? How large?
Can you establish? What do you want? You want a geometry definition of it?
I want a geometric from you, right? Geometric horizontal plane is where vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. How big?
How gravity vector, Bev?
You agreed to it. Shall we go over it again? All of the things that are the same: gravity vector, vertical, plumb bob, zenith. All things are the same as each other, right? So there's no need for you to ask me which one we're talking about, Blue. Pretty sure we've established that
over and over again.
No, I'm talking about vertical, a straight line.
If you stop switching, I'll stop clarifying.
It's a straight line, Blue. A vertical is a straight line. Now, how big can you have a geometric horizontal plane where the perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be vertical? How big's the horizontal plane that can occur on?
How big is the horizontal plane that can occur on?
Yes.
There is no plane that can occur on.
Okay. So you don't have a concept of a geometric horizontal plane where perpendicular to the horizontal plane is vertical. That horizontal plane doesn't exist, does it?
A horizontal plane can be perpendicular to one and only one vertical.
But it can't be a horizontal plane then.
Why can't it be a horizontal plane?
Because on a horizontal plane, all of the perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be vertical. But you keep saying they can't be. There's only one.
They are
so
not.
So you
There's
don't have a horizontal plane.
Sure you do.
No. In reality, yes, we do, Blue.
Yes. No, in reality, you absolutely don't, and I've proven that.
No, in reality, we definitely have a horizontal plane.
Nope.
Right, so, you seem confused, Blue.
I'm not confused.
You're saying we don't have a horizontal plane in reality now?
You have a horizontal plane in reality that is perpendicular to one and only one vertical. One and only one.
But
if you add another vertical in, it will not be perpendicular to that plane.
In my understanding, they are vertical and horizontal.
Well, I've shown you measurements that say they're not.
And,
I've shown you measurements that prove they cannot be.
We have a test called the Realising Euclid Test that shows that you can have a horizontal plane. It is possible.
Tell me about this test. Show me this test.
We can do this for another time. The debate today was about all horizontal are and level is. That was the debate today. Not realising Euclid. If you want to come back and do a realising Euclid, how you can tell us how you realise Euclid, maybe with an angle or something like that, and I'll tell you how we did our realising Euclid test. We'll set it up for another time. It seems like these could be good debates for us to go over. I mean, this one's probably a bit boring for everybody, but I think when everybody goes over it and comes to the understanding that because we go out there with these tools to establish horizontal planes, we are the group that say, yes, it is possible to have a horizontal plane in reality. We have tools that do that. And all of the perpendiculars to the horizontal plane will be vertical. Like, everybody knows that. These are known things.
No, Bev, you're wrong about that. These are not, what you're saying is not a known thing. It's something you guys have made up. That's all. Everybody knows the shape of the Earth. Everybody knows
Not talking about
gravity
the Earth.
vectors. No gravity vectors.
Talking about
no
horizontals and
We're
verticals.
talking about verticals right
Plumb
now.
bobs.
No two verticals are parallel to each other. And we've got measurements that prove it. I've shown it to you. There's nothing else I can tell you.
Mm-hmm.
You came with nothing. I came with data. You
And
came
that's
with a
a
pure
stolen-
geometric argument and
That's
not
a stolen
1 ounce.
concept.
Not 1 ounce. No, it's not a stolen concept, Bill.
Of course it is.
No, it is not.
Yes.
No, it is not.
It is. You use parallel lines in your proof. And those parallel lines would be
No, Bev,
perpendicular.
I did not use parallel lines in my proof, Bev. I used Euclid Book 1, Proposition 29 to show why they are not parallel lines.
To show why what are not parallel lines.
Verticals separated by 11.2 miles, or verticals separated by 30 or 40 miles in the McDonald data. Those verticals are not parallel to each other.
Okay, so you're directly relating a measurement over so many miles taken by an optical device to a straight line.
Yes, which absolutely agrees with all the physics we know, Beth.
Okay. Physics.
Yeah, physics.
Straight line physics. It's like
Straight
geometry.
line physics. Straight line physics.
Like geometry. The measurements of distances and stuff. The equal height, equal elevations.
So,
how did you like that one?
So,
how did you like that? The level and horizontal proof. You seem to have missed out rebutting the actual arguments that I presented at the beginning. How about, would you like that?
There's nothing left to debate when you start out with a logical fallacy.
Which is the logical fallacy?
That there is one and only one plane of the horizon.
And what about the level is horizontal one? Where I associated level with an equal elevation, and I also associated horizontal with an equal elevation. Is that okay with you?
No, that's not.
But on all elevation profiles, a horizontal line would have an equal elevation, wouldn't it?
Horizontal lines would all have the same. Yes, they would.
Okay,
that's
so
right.
Horizontal has an equal elevation, and level also has an equal elevation.
Wait. You're talking about a chart, a graph.
An elevation profile, yes.
Elevation profile is
Yes.
not reality, Bev.
And that is an elevation
That is
profile.
simply a depiction. That is simply a depiction of height above some datum versus distance.
And they all use horizontal lines, don't they?
Well, why would you try to draw it with curved lines, Biff? Why would you do that?
Well, you do. You use the perpendicular relationship between vertical and horizontal. That's precisely why you use horizontal.
No, that's not why elevation drawings are done the way they're done. That's a depiction of how
you measure a distance, a horizontal distance, and a vertical height.
That's a depiction of how terrain is varying over distance with respect to some known elevation.
Yeah, it's the topography.
Sure. And it doesn't matter what the datum looks like. It could be a sine wave, it could be a circle, it could be an arc.
But they are all horizontal. They are all horizontals.
Yeah, that's the way you do a chart.
Yes, all elevation profiles have a horizontal, and on those horizontals, they are all parallel, right? And they have an equal elevation.
You know why they're all parallel, Bev? Why are all the horizontals parallel?
Because all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, making all
Why?
horizontals parallel to
What
each
are
other.
they telling you? What are they telling you?
They're
What are
all
they
points of an
representing?
equal elevation lie
Equal
along
elevation,
that
exactly.
horizontal
And
plane.
elevation is a curve.
No, it's a
Elevation
horizontal
is not
plane.
straight. No,
It's
it is not.
In elevation
It absolutely
profiles, it is.
not. And you made a picture at Blackpool.
In
that proves
elevation
it.
profiles, all of the horizontals are an equal elevation.
In
There's
space,
no curve
Bev,
there.
in space, Bev.
No, we're talking about in
elevation
reality,
is
Blue, with the
curved.
elevation profiles. In reality. Yes.
In reality, elevations are curved.
No. In reality,
Sea level
elevation
is a
profiles
curve
are
with
on
a
a
radius of
horizontal.
3959.
No.
In reality, that's what it is.
In reality, every elevation profile is shown as a horizontal
That's
baseline.
because you're only showing the change in elevation reference to a curved baseline.
No, it's a horizontal.
On the chart it is, not in reality it is not.
You know there's a difference between a straight line and a curved line.
Of course there is, Bev.
Okay. And
no idiot draws curved lines on an elevation profile for any reason.
What about a plan? Because that's on a horizontal as well, isn't it?
A plan.
Yeah, a plan. Have you seen engineering drawings, right?
You know what a plan view is, Bev? You're looking down on it. Plan view is looking down.
Yes, it's 2D.
You're talking about a plan view. How do you draw elevations on a plan view, Bev?
Well, it's horizontal plan, and the elevation profile is the side elevation of that plan. They're related to each other. There's no fucking curve.
Yes, there is.
No, there is not.
It absolutely is.
Now look,
and everybody knows that.
Buster's just
every
done
engineer knows that.
Can you see
every
Buster's
thing
that Buster
every
put up?
cartographer knows that.
Can you see the thing that Buster put up?
These are all well-known facts.
Can you see the thing that Buster put up? It's like a plan.
I don't know. Where is it?
Looks like somebody's had to go game of dig dug. But that's a plan for a mine.
Is it on? Is it on your live or what?
It's in the live stream, in the live chat. Buster just posted it. That's world famous Buster.
I don't see it. Where is it?
It's a plan.
Oh, live chat. Wait a second. Maybe I'm on the wrong. Okay.
It's nice. It's a rather big chart. I bet the surveyors are happy with that.
Yeah, you're talking about an elevation profile.
No, that's not an elevation profile. That's plan.
Where? Oh, wait, that's Terry. Let's see. Where is... Oh, there's Buster's. Okay, let me have a look. Yeah, that's a plan view, I guess.
Now that's on a 2D plane, isn't it?
That's a plan view.
Yes. 2D.
It's an orthographic plan.
There's no curve there, is there?
Bev, it's an orthographic plan projection. Where would there be any curve there?
Okay. So in that plan view, there is no curve. Now, if we look at the side view of that, a section.
That's called an elevation.
It would be an elevation profile, yes.
Yeah,
now, that baseline for that elevation profile would coincide with this two-dimensional horizontal and show the elevation change reference to the horizontal, the two-dimensional plane established with this.
This doesn't establish. This is a plan view, Bev, not an elevation drawing.
No, I know. But this plan view is perpendicular to the elevation. In plan.
An elevation drawing, yes, you can have lots of elevation drawings. And yes,
it would be perpendicular.
They're orthographic projections and they're 90 degrees usually.
Yes.
at right angles to each other.
That's why all of the elevation profiles would change according to the horizontal. So all of the points on the horizontal plane.
You're mixing up two things, Bill.
I'm not mixing anything up.
Yes, you are.
I'm just very simple. I'm trying to keep
talking
it
about
as
a set
simple
of
as possible.
engineering drawings. I can pull a bunch of them, and in fact, you can pull out. You can get.
Have you got any that
profiles.
show a curved baseline on an elevation profile, or do they all?
No.
They will all have a horizontal baseline.
No, they'll always show it horizontally.
I know.
There's no need to show it. We know it's curved.
What?
There's no point in going to the trouble of drawing a curve that you can't even see, Bev.
No, it's horizontal, Blue.
No, it's curved, Bev.
No, there's no curve to a horizontal.
In reality, elevations are curved.
But
over the length of a building, over the length of a building, you'd need an electron microscope to see it.
What about canals?
Same thing with them, for the most part.
But they have horizontals, right?
Even if you go 300 miles with one, the radius of curvature is enormous. Now we can do it today.
Horizontal.
We can do it today with
there's no
AutoCAD,
radius of curvature of a horizontal.
CAD drawings. You can do it that way. But back in the day, those drawings you guys, especially Mike Jones, keeps putting up, back in the day when they were drawing that stuff on a board with pen and ink, you know how big a compass you would have to actually draw the curvature? Nobody could have done it.
There's no curvature in a horizontal, Blue.
Hell yeah, there is.
Sorry?
Horizontally, on that elevation profile, horizontally is an arc.
No, horizontal is a straight line, Blue.
But I'm talking about directions on a piece of paper, Bev, not reality.
No, a horizontal on a piece of paper is a straight line. A horizontal in reality is a straight line. Everybody knows that. I mean, the geometric understanding of what a horizontal is comes from it being straight line, plane.
Nobody in their right mind
slope.
would go to the trouble of trying to draw the arc, even over a distance of 300 miles. Nobody in their right mind would try to draw that arc. You know how slight that is.
There is no arc to a horizontal.
Yes, there is. It's not horizontal, Bev. It's level. Those are elevations.
There's no arc to a level.
And it is
level
absolutely
is horizontal.
An arc. We're just bickering back and forth, Bev.
I know, yeah. I think
that's all.
It's pretty obvious that you're stuck in your way. Somebody's told you that horizontal has some sort of an arc.
I didn't have any preconceived notions when I looked at it. I looked at the data, the actual
It's just a straight line as far as I know.
And it's quite clear that it's curved.
It
is quite clear from your very picture that level deviates from horizontal. Your auto level showed you that. You just are denying it.
You can't have a measured drop, Blue. You can't have water level dropping. You can't have level dropping whilst being a tool that establishes a horizontal.
Level departs from horizontal, Bev.
But
your auto level showed it.
An auto level, Blue, is a tool for establishing horizontal planes.
That's right. And a beach is a reality establishing level.
What?
The water's right there. You've got an ocean right next to you.
The beach doesn't establish level. That's
that
ridiculous.
Water next to it
Who's
does.
told you that?
That water next to it does, Biff.
The true horizon.
You telling me that the water is dropping away?
The true horizon is definitely horizontal, right?
Biff. I do thank you though for making that picture. That was brilliant because it clearly shows It clearly shows
Clearly
level
shows that somebody's lying
falls
about
away
being able
from
to
horizontal.
measure 1 arc second over that distance, because it clearly shows you can't see that. That's what it clearly shows. And the reason we went out there for that was for that purpose. It clearly shows
Blackpool Tower is 95 feet lower than your damn theodolite or your auto level. That's what it shows. You can't deny that.
Yeah, I will. I'll deny that. I say that's fucking ridiculous, Blue. Blackpool Tower isn't lower than the auto level. Like, however you came to that
elevation-wise, it's not,
just
but
false.
it is lower than the horizontal plane that the auto level is establishing, and
it's
clear as day. And if you're going to deny that, then that's the end of this. We need to just stop at this point.
Yep, I think that would be a good idea for us to stop at this point, unless you have any super chat questions or anything from your guys watching. You know, like have you got any questions from? How well do you think you did?
How well do I think I did with what? What do you mean?
With presenting your case of level is.
I think I destroyed you, is what I think.
Right. Okay.
I think.
Can you remind us? You just want to recap.
I think you showed up empty-handed, is what I think.
Do you want to give a quick recap then of what your arguments were? And how you think you did presenting them?
What my arguments were?
Yeah, go on. What were your statements?
Well, we could go back through a lot of stuff, but basically it boils down to this: you maintain that all horizontals are parallel.
Well, no, Blue, please. You asked me to debate about the topics. Level is ... and all horizontals are ... What were your arguments? State your arguments first, and then say about how you want to have a go at my arguments. But what were yours, and how well did you do presenting yours?
My arguments are all horizontals are not parallel. My argument is that verticals are not parallel, therefore horizontals cannot be parallel. Then I showed tests conducted in Hagerstown, Maryland, plus a bunch of other tests done by NOAA that show the diverging verticals because of the measurement of the reciprocal zenith angles. It is as clear as day, and it's irrefutable. That's the end of that story. Horizontals are not parallel. Verticals are not parallel. We moved on from that to level is not horizontal. Larry Scott made 23 different measurements to that one antenna at distances ranging from just a mile or two out to 27 miles. If you do not account for the curvature of the earth, you get 23 different elevations for that tower. When you include refraction and earth curvature, you get exactly the elevation of that tower. Then I showed your stuff at Blackpool. Again, that's not quantitative, that's qualitative, but it's really good because there's a huge difference. You've got an auto level sitting there just a few feet off above sea level. Don't know how many, but that on Google Earth that says that beach is at sea level. Yet your auto level is hitting a point on Blackpool Tower about 95 feet above sea level. That's my arguments.
Thank you very much. How well do you think you did presenting them?
I think it was a slam dunk.
Mm-hmm.
How do you think you did?
Well, like I say, I was just here to present some arguments and try and make the arguments as simple as possible. so people can understand the simplicity within an argument and how to break things down to the advanced simplicity, make them as simple, as fundamental as possible. Go back to first principles. I think the actual arguments that I gave were a lot more well-rounded as arguments. They were better constructed than your it's not. Mine were like positive arguments. And I don't think you refuted them actually, because your argument that the horizon claims that there's only one. Well, everybody uses the horizon all the time. You even use it yourself. So you can't really get around with that. And the fact that both level and horizontal depict an equal elevation goes to show that they are actually the same thing. In the most fundamental axiom within Euclidean geometry and the transitive law of equality, right? It's a basic thing, and even you agree that, you know, level is an equal elevation and horizontal is an equal elevation.
No, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree that a horizontal has an equal elevation?
No, it doesn't. Oh. I showed that. You showed that.
Well, a horizontal to me definitely has an equal elevation. There's no slope. There's no tilt. And all, I state, are still all perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be vertical.
You brought no evidence for any of that, Bill. Not a bit. Nothing.
Okay. Well, that's something we can get into. Evidence for vertical and horizontal being perpendicular. We can get on it. Evidence for a horizontal plane to be established in reality. We can ask people. Anybody can ask anybody if that's possible. We also can go over the implications of the drop and the hump, which we didn't go into today because
there is no
I'm trying to. Yeah, but I know it can be another debate, right? Rumpus is going to have a do with that. And other people obviously have to do with that. We know that there is no hump, and we know that because all horizontals are parallel to each other. We know that.
And we never said there was a hump either. You guys have just made that up. We don't call it a hump. Nobody does that.
Yeah, diletheism causes all sorts of things, but you do think there's a drop.
Yes.
Yes. But you do have a sagitta. Also, you seem to forget about Rakir's bridge.
If you draw a chord line, you can have a sagitta.
So that's a hump.
Oh my God.
It's a hump.
No, Bill.
A vertical change.
Not the way you guys try to present it. It is not a hump.
It's a vertical change. Measured.
It is not. Just a moment. Level is level. If you're at sea level, if you're at sea level, that is falling away from a horizontal. It's falling away from you in every direction. You're standing on top of a ball.
Water levels don't fall away, though. We know how water flows.
Sure they do.
No, we know how water flows.
Horizontal, sure they do. And Rakir's bridge proved it. 90 feet. You stand in the center of that bridge, either end of it is falling away from you by 90 feet.
So you're standing on the hump.
There's no hump.
But you just said that it's falling away at either side. Of course you're on the hump.
Can you not imagine a sphere, a basketball?
With you standing at the top of the hump.
Any point on it. On the side of it.
You standing on the side of a ball.
Stick a straight
Go
edge
on.
on the.
Can you do that? Does anybody get a video of that?
Stick a straight
Do
edge
us a
any
video
place
of
you
it.
want to on a ball, Bev, and the ball is only the straight edge is only touching the ball at one point.
Let's. Can you stand on the side of a ball for us?
I can stand on the side of a real big one. Yeah.
Can you?
I'm doing it right now.
Sorry. Can we put the camera on? Let's have a look at that.
Standing on the earth, Bev. That's a really big ball.
You're standing up though, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're not on the side of a ball, are you?
Yeah. Depending on what you want to call the side, but
you imagine you're standing on the side of a ball.
Any point you want to pick, you can call the top, the side, the bottom, anything you want to call it. It's all the same.
Nice. So can you imagine your vertical being at an angle? What
My
angle
vertical
would
is
you
not at
imagine?
an angle. My vertical is straight down to the center of the earth. Straight down. Vertical always is like that.
With the tilt?
Only with respect to another vertical.
So the only way you can know a tilt of a vertical is when you reference it to another vertical.
Yes, there you go. That's how you can measure it. That's the only way you can see it.
Does that work the same for horizontals too?
Well, let's think about that, Bev. If horizontals are perpendicular to verticals, what do you think?
Equipotential angle of adjustment for the win.
I have no
We've
idea
already
what
been
that
there.
word
I know.
salad is. I have
know.
no
You've
idea
not
what
thought
that
about
word
this
salad's
enough.
all about.
The equipotential
No
angle of
idea.
adjustment.
Well, that you guys are good at making up bullshit, so whatever.
Well, that was George, actually. God bless
Really?
his soul. Yeah, yeah. It's part of RBD face. You've already shit all over that, so I won't worry about that. We can actually have a debate about that some other point in time as well, if you'd like to. It's gone quite well, I think. This has been good, quite cordial as well. Do you like the...
I think George might have been having a little fun. Kind of dropped.
Yeah, I think, yeah. Are you back now, though? You said something
Yeah,
about George.
I said George was having a little fun with you guys, I think. Sounds like it.
With the equipotential angle of adjustment? Or with the RBD face?
Yeah, it sounds like he was trying to match you one for bullshit.
Oh, it's a Donegal measurement. A measurement between a horizontal and a horizontal. Like you said,
no idea.
Could be measured. You did just say it could be measured. So that's the angle that could be measured, the equipotential angle of adjustment.
I have no idea what that is, Bev. It's just word salad.
George told us the equipotential, right, is the horizontal, isn't it?
No.
Well, that's what George said. The equipotential is the horizontal that's achieved by the perpendicular to the vertical. Then, as you move, that moves
perpendicular to a vertical
and causes an angular change, like you said. When you reference one to the other, there is an angular change. There's a tilt that occurs. The equipotential angle of adjustment is the angle that is adjusted because of that tilt.
What is adjusted? What
the angle.
Adjusted?
The angle.
It's just word salad, Bill.
Well, your proof.
Not making any sense.
Your proof is a difference between one to another. The tilt of a vertical is the same as the slope of a horizontal. The angle adjustment from one to the other, because of the distance travelled according to your model, like George said, that angle we call the equipotential angle of adjustment. It's the angle between a vertical and a vertical, or the angle between a horizontal and a horizontal. Providing, of course, you extend the horizontal past the point that you can't have a horizontal plane geometrically. You have to be able to do that. Otherwise, you'll never get them to intersect to be able to form an angle on your model.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So if you measure a divergence in the verticals, in other words, the verticals are not parallel, then the horizontals can't be parallel either, can they?
Well, if it's my model dictates, then yeah, you're forced into that. I mean, I know as tough as it is, you are put in that position by your model. The model dictates what you have to do. It's unfortunate that you have a model in the first place.
Well, I would say you've got one too, and mine makes sense and yours doesn't.
Euclid makes perfect sense. It's one of the best things. A lesson. This is an advanced simplicity lesson from Euclid of how to break things down to the most simple you can. And the elements is a perfect example of that simplicity.
Why don't you take what you've learned through your studies of Euclid and apply it in reality like I did?
I do, yeah. That's where logic is, Blue. That's where logic comes from. Reality.
You need to go out and make some measurements to prove any of it. You've got nothing. You've got a pure geometric argument, that's all.
Yeah, I think that's pretty good, isn't it?
And that absolutely does not prove anything.
Well, like I say, everybody knows vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. And everybody knows that horizontal is a line or plane and vertical is a line or plane.
Everybody knows that vertical and horizontal are perpendicular. And now everybody knows that verticals are not parallel. That means horizontals are not parallel.
But you do know about the grid system of the XY.
That's what we know. Yeah, I know all about it, Bill.
Well, that's how perpendiculars
we know about that.
Go with each other. But geometrically, anyway.
Well, I know how grid systems work and what they're used for.
And that's perpendiculars.
On a grid system, yeah.
Yeah, that's how perpendiculars work. Not only in a grid system, because perpendiculars form the grid system.
Of course.
Mm-hmm. You can't have perpendiculars having not forming a grid system.
What you can have in reality is no two verticals ever parallel with each other. And that's the case. Well, that's what the measurements are about. And they're in all kinds of different directions. I hope you noticed that too.
Well, perpendiculars don't work like that.
Not drawn on a piece of paper, they don't.
They don't anywhere. The perpendicular relationship is that grid formation, squares.
All right, well.
Yeah.
You've seen reality. You've seen why you're wrong. You're just saying nuh-uh at this point. So with that, thanks for hosting this, Bev. I appreciate it.
Yeah, thanks for coming. Tell your friends. And, anybody else want to come and try this?
I'm going to hop over to my Discord at this point and then spend a little time talking to the folks in my YouTube.
Okay.
And maybe we'll do it again one day.
Yeah, I hope so. I hope I need to do this. I hope we can progress into more finer arguments to get narrowed in on the points a bit more. I know that's where we're going to be going from now on.
Well, if you're not going to accept any measurements or any observations, then I don't know that there's much point in doing a whole lot more talking.
Well, I guess if we were talking about measurements, we would be talking about horizontal measurements or vertical measurements. Other than that, I'm not so sure. But I don't think you have a horizontal. Which is awkward. You've give up the horizontal line.
Nobody gave up a horizontal line. We know exactly what a horizontal is, Bev. I mean, you showed it to us. You made a picture of it, a video of it.
No, you said
right
a horizontal line can't have a perpendicular being vertical at either end of it. And if you can't do that, you can't have the shortest distance being a horizontal.
No, not on a spherical Earth. You cannot have that. You're right.
That's exactly what I said. You're confined to your model, but unfortunately, in reality, horizontals exist. There is a shortest distance from point A to point B. That will be a horizontal. It would be.
Point B is a straight line.
No,
in any direction.
Buster's plans.
Vertical, horizontal,
always horizontal.
Any
any distance on a plan drawing will be a horizontal distance. That's why elevation profiles have a horizontal baseline, Blue.
They have a horizontal baseline because they're a graph, basically, Bev, representing elevations.
Yeah, perpendicular relationship. That's what graphs are.
Representing elevations.
Perpendicular relationship between the horizontal and the vertical.
No. They're not representing that. That's not what they're intended for. They're only there to show you elevation versus distance.
Yes, a horizontal distance
on the x-axis,
and then a vertical elevation
distance
change.
on the x-axis, elevation on the y-axis. That's all.
Yeah, one of them being horizontal and the other one being vertical.
No, that's not what it says. That's not what
an elevation profile is. Yes, Blue.
No, Bill.
Yes. Horizontal
that is not a representation of the shape of anything.
It's a representation of the elevation of the land.
It is a representation of the change in elevation over distance.
Yeah, that distance being a horizontal distance and the change in elevation being a vertical.
Across an arc, that being a distance across an arc, over an arc.
No,
sea level is an arc. Mean sea level is an arc.
Mean sea level is a point. It's an average on a vertical. It can't be an arc.
Oh my God. Mean sea level. Oh God. Mean sea level is established at a point and it goes everywhere.
What?
That is the geoid, Bev.
No, it's literally just a point. A datum point.
No, it's just literally the geoid, Bev. That's the definition of the geoid. Those are all points of equal elevation. That's what it is. Anyway,
equal.
I'm going to go.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yep. See you later.
See you later. Okay. Thanks, people. You did very well in the Discord server. Very well contained. Thank you very much. I'm guessing that was the end of the debate. How did everybody think it went?
That was great. Can we unmute everybody? Is everybody muted?
No, I think everybody's free to talk now if they want. We are still live, obviously. So free for all Friday, I guess. Let it commence. Have a talk about whatever. I need to go and make a brew and nip away for a minute. How long have I been going? 3 hours. Right. Give us a couple of minutes. You guys want to talk about it or whatever, please do.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd like to say that was great. That was very telling. Wow. Yep. Horizontals, perpendiculars.
I thought it was interesting that he still has a curved baseline rather than a curved base curve. I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, like we've been saying, the horizontal has been sacrificed officially tonight, but we knew it for a while. So no more horizontals, everybody. You heard it.
Didn't he say the horizontal's curved?
Yep.
Yes.
He said that this is at every point, because verticals are divergent, so at every different point, we have a new horizontal. It means that, in fact, horizontals are bent. Or one horizontal is bent.
Yeah, only at a point. Horizontal in their brain now is only at one point. If you move one iota in any direction, you're no longer horizontal.
Which also means between 2 points, you can't have a horizontal.
Exactly. Absolutely, exactly correct.
Yes, only bendizontal. You can have curved line only because everything in the middle is not on the same level. It means that, yes, basically at every point of this line, you create new horizontal because it is bendizontal. Yes.
Only on graph paper.
Just imagine what he did and what he said, right? You cannot have a horizontal. In his mind, a horizontal is curved. It's astonishing.
He also said horizontal does not exist in reality, even though he, of course, flip-flopped away from that as soon as he realized what it said, but he did say it at one point. I thought that was pretty great also, at least during I'd say the whole first half of it. It was very much of like, it was respectful back and forth and not much of interruption going on. It went a little bit downhill later on, but for at least the first half of it, I thought that was brilliant.
Yeah. See how their mind works? They understand vertical, horizontal are perpendicular, right? But like we've done before, and Bev did it perfectly tonight, when you ask them, well, how long can you extend that relationship, like on the horizontal, and their mind right away goes to the ball, right away to the model. It has to curve. The horizontal has to curve.
Yeah, reduce the horizontal to a point. It's no longer a plane, and it's no longer a line. It just gets reduced to a point. But then, obviously, he has to backtrack it because, I mean, it's ridiculous to say that it doesn't exist because it obviously does exist. So that's where aporia is. Just left wondering, like in the middle of two things. You have reality versus the model. It's tough.
You know when you got him, bro, and it was nice. The planes got him. That's when it hit. That's where cog this event horizon hit. When you made him, when you talked about the planes intersecting.
Vertical.
The vertical and the horizontal plane.
Yeah, if you start off with a vertical plane, because the problem is with the geometric side of the horizontal, because they've seen that argument quite a lot. They know how to obfuscate the argument, and they reduce horizontal to a point and then backtrack it and just confuse everybody who's listening into like a pointless argument. You think it goes round and round, it's circular. But when you put the vertical plane and point out the geometric implications of their verticals diverging, that negates a vertical plane. You can't have a vertical plane.
Exactly.
Yes, and he went to that point that he equivocated a horizontal point with a vertical point.
Yeah.
So he exchanged that. So now we have just only point being horizontal and vertical at the same time.
Yeah.
While saying horizontal and level are absolutely different. Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
And I think he even said at one point that he had the radius of curvature of the horizontal in the elevation profiles.
Did he?
I think so, yeah. radius of curvature
I didn't
of a
spot it,
horizontal.
but definitely he said that they are drawing straight lines, but they know that they are curved. So, because this is obvious. Because this is obvious.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because we all know that verticals are not parallel, even though they are in those drawings. All architectural drawings and elevation profiles.
Yeah. I think at one point he said, "We know it's curved."
Yeah, it's an Elon Musk thing, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, we know. Yes. We know it's curved because they're straight.
Yeah.
He said elevations are curved, like literally. And elevations are measured on the vertical, which are straight lines. So now verticals are curved also.
Yeah. It's hard work to take that perpendicularity relationship and bend one of the straight lines. And only one of them. It's got to leave you in a really, really bad position. And it's understandable why nobody's ever talked about this, right? Because their understanding of it can be made up at any moment, and they can flip and flop. They can be dilithious. They can have two truths. They can have contradictory things going on in their heads and swap from one to the other. Going to be hard to be able to talk to those sort of people, really. I think geometry is going to be the one that exposes the sophists. Really, it's a test of metal, isn't it? Whether you can take the geometric argument and how you deal with that geometric argument being formed in pure logic. Can't get around it.
Yeah, it's that perpendicular relationship that stops their gears from grinding, or grinds their gears, however you say that. They cannot take it with them. Like, put it at one point, but move, like as he said, move even an iota anywhere. They can't take that perpendicular relationship with them, even though it's literally two straight lines you're talking about.
It is the straight line, isn't it? One straight line makes the perpendicular. And it's
it is the straight line that is called the perpendicular to the other straight line.
Yeah, it's a special relationship of one straight line, and that one straight line is depicted by 2 points. So really, if you start off with 1 point, and that being that of which has no parts, then the moment you put the other point in relation to it, you can have a straight line, you can have perpendiculars, you can form relationships between those 2 points. And that's all you need for geometry. And that's what they're arguing against. Really?
Yeah, it is. And you mentioned the stolen concept at some point, which is taking the perpendicular relationship of horizontal and vertical and arguing that, in fact, over here, it's not perpendicular. Vertical is not perpendicular to horizontal. That's intense to sit and actually claim that in a live discussion.
Yeah. Yeah, you have perpendicular relationship, horizontal and vertical here. But the moment I move over there, this perpendicular isn't perpendicular to that perpendicular over there. It's crazy. There can be no commonality between the two. I don't know, they have implications about a model. Everybody knows that certain people are obsessed about a model, but this literally has nothing to do with models, just to do with what your concepts of vertical and horizontal are. if you have that understanding that they're perpendicular, then you go with the geometric thing. But once you find out that somebody with a model is going to tell you different, not that, then where do you go? I'm guessing at that moment, ignorance is bliss. Because the moment you know geometry, you know that that's not possible.
I'd say it was quite clear that Blue was fixated on model defense rather than actually talking about that perpendicular relationship. It was quite obvious.
Model defense, huh? I like that. Yep. Also, what Bev said that the horizontals, the verticals, you can go over there and it'll be different. You don't have to go over there. You just stand in one spot, hold one plumb bob on your left hand, extend it, and one on your right, extend it. And guess what? They're not plumb in their world.
That's why
no, only you
Euclid,
are, right?
Yeah, realizing Euclid is so good. Establish the straight line lying on a plane, and obviously straight line is a horizontal plane. And then once you have established a horizontal plane, all you have to do is put a plumb bob at each end of it. Like the implications of what Blue's talking about directly relate to the Realising Euclid test. Directly.
Yeah, he's talking strictly about the Realising Euclid test without even realizing, I think.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, that's why I'm opening up. We'll like completely start going over all of this stuff and the geometric test that we're doing, and opening it up and letting everybody see the principles behind it and seeing whether anybody else wants to do these sort of tests for themselves and what conclusions are they going to come to when they actually do these tests for themselves. Yeah, Ali, that's why I went over the contour lines, equal elevation. That's genius.
Yeah,
Contour
that
line.
part was amazing.
Do you like that?
I did, yeah. All the contour lines being at an equal elevation intersecting the horizontal plane. Yeah, that was spot on.
Yeah.
I did not see that coming. That was great.
And then you link that to the plan of the profile.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I can't remember what you called it. Transversal equality, something.
Transitive law of equality.
Transitive law of equality. Yeah, I like
it's
that.
It's because the equals, aren't they? The A equals B and B equals C, right? And so the transitive part is that you can just swap them around because they're all equal to each other. You can use two of them to translate to the other one. The equality translates across the group.
Mm-hmm. Just like all the perpendiculars to one transversal line. In this case, horizontal line. Yeah, they will all be parallel.
Yeah. And I knew that you'd gone with that all things that are equal to one another. Like, I think that's genius because it's not a Euclid thing. It's a common notion, isn't it? It's like the first common notion. That's where you start
was
off
perfect.
With. Oh, he's Quantum Chicken. Well, I'm guessing you've brought quantum in, Benny.
I was kind of sitting here at the ready. I wanted to take screenshots of blue stuff and make notes of like where did he use specific fallacies that I could pick up on and stuff. But within the first 10 minutes, I had to give it up. It was too much.
Yeah, when I saw him, it's like he starts off with, it's not. It's like, oh, right, yeah, there we go then. And it was like, it's not, because it's not. And I think at one point he said, it can't be.
It's incredible stuff.
Yeah.
I did get one screenshot that I think is worth bringing up. And I know Mobius has another screenshot that goes well with this one. And it's this one where you brought this up also, that he's violating the law of identity here with vertical actually being perpendicular to horizontal, where in his own image here of the auto level, it's actually not perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah.
It's incredible that he cannot see it.
Yeah, he's not allowed to extend that horizontal. Yet he does, and the moment he does, you go, there you go, there's your problem. And that's Page's proof. We literally Page spotted that. I mean, I'd spotted it fucking ages ago, right? But in the middle of a rumpus thing, Page is going, what's up with that? That's not.
I was
yeah
confused as hell. He was calling that a vertical. I'm thinking, but he's drawn a circle and he's putting lines from them out. They're radials. So, okay, if that's a vertical, what the hell is that? Oh, that's vertical too. Okay, well, how do you make a square? Like, it's so basic. It's unbelievable.
We were over at Ranty's and Rumpus was doing his usual thing, and Paige said, "What's that? That's not right." And nobody else spotted it. They all let Rumpus carry on. Nobody wanted to address it. So we literally called it Page's proof, right? It's the fact that if at any point you extend the horizontal so it meets another vertical, then it's not perpendicular. And there goes your perpendicular relationship of horizontal and vertical. It's like, it's literally an easy proof. It's boom. Sorry,
they literally can't make any shapes anymore. They can't, if they've got no parallel lines, then everything goes out the window. So what geometry are they using? Do they have something different when they're like, do they allow themselves to think a vertical can be tilted from another vertical when they're imagining measuring in real life standing out on the earth? And then do they have a normal geometry for when they draw shit on a bit of paper? Like, plans and stuff that actually have parallels.
Well,
what are they?
Secret to that is, Paige, right, is if you can have a straight line, then you can have another line with the relationship of being parallel to it, right? So in actual fact, if you're saying there are no parallels, you are saying there are no straight lines. Because
right, that's why always bending everything. Yeah,
but they always draw them as straight lines, like, because vertical has to be a straight line. They're in a massive problem. You can't have a straight line to prove that straight lines can't be parallel. It's a massive stolen concept. There's stolen concept everywhere when you start looking at these things.
I saw another thing that I'm not sure I've spotted before quite like this, and it's in this same picture, auto level 101, right? The zenith and the horizontal that is not perpendicular. However, all right angles are equal. That's axiomatic. Well, it's also proven by the actual perpendicular relationship of the two straight lines. However, if you're going to claim that this vertical slash zenith here is perpendicular to horizontal, which it clearly isn't, then that suddenly means that all angles are right angles. Axiom 11 goes out the window because now all angles are right angles. It's crazy when you start dissecting the stuff that they say, and especially the stuff that they show you. That's the worst.
Well, that picture there that you've put up, put it for everybody. So you can see, even on his picture with the sloping, tilting vertical that he's got, there is a vertical measurement change between the horizontal and the supposed level. There's a vertical change, i.e. not even elevation, altitude.
Yeah, easily shown.
Contradiction. There's a vertical change, and as we know, a vertical change is a change in elevation, i.e. not even. Since the tool that you use is the horizontal, you establish the horizontal, measure a distance from the horizontal to establish a distance to the land, and he's got it. Obviously, a measurable change there. Like Blue Marble said, I have to keep pointing this out. Blue Marble is talking about shadow giants, and the shadow giants he used this time are living shadow giants, Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott. The men he's claimed have measured verticals not being parallel. But I think when he's talking about that, he's talking about here measuring the slope of the horizontal, or the horizontal deviating from level over distance, which he thinks he can do from our videos. What did you think about the under the horizon? I
thought that was great. He did not believe it.
Yeah, he didn't have a clue. None of them have. Nobody's ever really looked at that for what it is. I don't think they saw it. Like, they can't see within it what it is or why we were doing it. The tree line.
It was so great. He said he does not believe you. It's impossible, he said. But it's on video.
Yeah. Can be replicated. We'll do it again. Maybe this year coming up.
Yeah,
We'll
this horizon, water and you below that. I would say that he was in state of aporia there for a long while.
Yep.
That is one of the better days out that we ever had, that. Because we did photograph of Fata Morgana at sunset on that day also. So you can't really say anything about the horizon. The actual, the horizon, apart from the fact that the water was above.
And by the way, this film killed his argument of dropping level at the Blackpool Tower. So that's why he said that it cannot be true.
Just to point out also for the potential naysayers out there, it's not just a video. It was actually done live, and it's a recording from that live footage, so you can't come and say that it's some manipulated stuff either. It was done live in Discord. Anybody could have seen it.
See, I think Blue's talking about the azimuthal plane there that the telescope set up on. He might call it a horizontal line, but we all know he means an azimuthal plane because that's a telescope. That's why I was talking about azimuthal planes, because I thought Blue would be more associated with the telescopes. They like to do the old telescope switcheroo.
Just trust me on one thing. That stuff is false. I've seen when you said the grid reference, it made me think, yeah, like what I watched those guys do was a grid. They were creating a grid reference system with, guess what, guys? Plumb bobs and I think it was the Adelaide or Total Station citing the plumb bobs. So that stuff they're showing is patently false. Just trust.
Yeah.
What was the point also? When you tried to make him state how big of a horizontal plane you could make, and 1 foot, no chance. Like, he doesn't want to touch the horizontal plane with a 10-foot pole. But 1 centimeter, that's a yes all of a sudden. And both perpendiculars to that 1 centimeter horizontal will also be parallel. Like, I was mind blown. But of course, he had to backtrack because he realized that was mulligan time, wasn't it?
He put the vertical in the center of them.
It's amazing.
Is that when he said, wait a minute, hold on, man?
He said that twice. He did that twice. And I've heard that before in another one where he goes, wait, no, wait, no.
Hold on.
Yeah.
I'm getting a message from the model dictating, sorry.
The model was texting him.
Mulligan, come in. Okay, yes. Yeah, I'll call a mulligan on that one. No, actually, no.
Too bad we didn't do more on the Rakia Bridge, man. When you brought the hump up, I almost fell off the chair. I go, here, we're going to have some fun now. But he quickly shut that down.
I think I shut that down because it's not a time for going after the hump. We can definitely do because now we've opened up these geometric arguments, and there's a chance for us to be able to demonstrate the geometric impossibilities, right? It is definitely impossible for us to show a reductio ad absurdum through geometry. A bit like Starkadder showed us today. Anybody who wasn't aware, Starkadder came round today and said that Euclid's Elements wasn't perfect, but the way he chose to do it was confusing. He chose Apache, which is a guy that had an axiom with many triangles, but still triangles with 180 degrees, Euclidean triangles. And he said the injection of this extra axiom perfects one particular proposition.
Let me guess. Could it be the fifth?
No, it was a proposition, not a postulate. It's
a proposition.
A proposition, yeah. But the proposition was a reductio ad absurdum that ended with, and therefore it is impossible for you to have like X, right? And he's saying that they've added another axiom that perfects an impossibility claim.
Oh, even worse than I thought.
It's crazy, yeah, and that's Stark Odder. So if anybody's listening, Stark Odder's your man. He's the guy that's pushing all of the paralogisms. He's getting people to believe impossibilities can be changed by the addition of an axiom within geometry.
But axiom disproved by Euclid is good for Stark Odder. So let him be.
It's like, but it's the addition of an axiom, right? Euclid was wrong, right? Or something that was, it wasn't perfect, but it got made better by the addition of an axiom. The addition, right? Of an axiom.
Axiom 13, dialetheism is now allowed.
Well, no, it's not. It's just about more triangles. I don't know if Mike's around. He was posting the actual picture of the axiom that this Pash has added to it. But it was meant to invalidate. I've got the picture here, so I'll add it into the chat so you can see. So this is the proposition that he says it fixed. There you go, proposition 7 theorem ends with a QED. On the same side of the same side, there's it's triangles and the base. But the important point is it ends with this. It says, which is impossible.
Yeah, the size of the angle is, not equal to each other.
Yeah. But it has been shown to be greater, which is impossible. It's a reductio ad absurdum in that he thinks he's added an axiom to fix a reductio ad absurdum about an impossibility.
Yes, because Euclid proved in this reduction into absurd that greater is that smaller is greater than greater. So it means, and this is absurd, of course. So
yeah,
so he disproved that. But Stark Odder thinks that this is good proof that Euclid proved something. Yes, he proved that this is impossible. Yes.
He thinks
Unbelievable.
that was a mistake that Euclid made within that particular thing that needed fixing by the addition of an axiom. I mean, I don't know how far removed Stark Odder is from reality and how many people he's telling these paralogisms to. But if you can try and convince somebody that the addition of something disproves an impossibility, which is a QED, it's been demonstrated that it's literally an impossibility. I don't know. I mean, literally, so globe. Totally globe.
Yeah, it's kind of like wormhole. Can't go here and there until, well, sure you can. Wormhole.
But yeah, that's getting into the Stark Odder sort of stuff. You have to, it's so involved into the mind of madness. Not so sure it's worth going over. Best keep it simple. But it's people like Stark Odder that give Blue the ability to know that horizontal and vertical have a perpendicular relationship, but then get rid of the line of the horizontal and reduce it to a point. Which is ridiculous. You're getting rid of the perpendicular and reducing it to a point. It's no longer a line. But it's definitely possible to have a perpendicular to It's so strange, a relationship, isn't it? You have the perpendicular, but the geometric perpendicular that has all of the perpendiculars being parallel can't exist because their model dictates that there are no parallels.
And blue reduced horizontal to point, vertical to point. It means that the same point is perpendicular to itself, in reference to itself.
That's explosive logic, right? That's unexploded logic, isn't it? That's what happens when you introduce one contradiction into an axiomatic system. And that's what blue's having to do. That's what anybody with a model has to do when you go into geometric. So I'd rather leave the model. I'd rather leave it to epoche. I'd say that is obviously the best way to be at the minute. I'm not fighting for a model. I'm not fighting against the model. I'm just trying to understand reality, and obviously Euclidean geometry is the best way of us understanding that. It's the only way we can find to get proofs.
It's better to be an epoche, suspend judgment, than to make up stuff and be in fantasy.
Yeah. And practice advanced simplicity. Break shit down for yourself. Learn the fundamentals of whatever it is. And ask people to break it down, make it more simple. I think that's the way to do it. Somebody should be able to explain something quite simply. And if you don't know how to do it, find a way to do it. Found so much growth from the simplicity. It's unbelievable, isn't it? Sorry, go on.
Yeah, when you started out and you took your time to really break it down, go through it all step by step, and like very detailed, that was, I think that was splendid how you did that. And I wanted to, like, because you asked how do you think it went, I think on your part, the way you presented it at the beginning, that was spot on. And then for Blue's part, I would say he started off with not that, and used that as his premise. He wanted to show that his not that statement was correct. But I would say he started off by violating the law of identity of the perpendicular relationship, vertical and horizontal, which in turn allowed him to beg the question of a curve/sphere as much as he wanted. But we didn't do that too much. What he did was just to reify that original begging the question by his other diagrams after that, while of course nudging to the violation of the law of identity here and there, and a few begging the questions in there, of course, but mostly reifying what he'd started off from. It was not so good for Blue, but I think you did really well.
There you go. See that? J Rose put it in the chat. That's the extra axiom that he's put in.
You joking?
That's what Stark-Odder's convinced people, right? Euclid was wrong. It wasn't perfect. But the addition of this axiom invalidates or sort of fixes the problem that was within that proposition 7.
That the lesser angle is impossibly greater than the greater angle. It just fixes it, does it?
The problem with that, yeah, there was a problem with a reductio ad absurdum, which states an impossibility. So perhaps the impossibility is possible, and it's fixed by Euclidean.
That's intense.
It's hard to understand what the fuck they're talking about.
Yeah, it's easy to understand the why, but the what, that's a different story. That's why geometry is such a good tool. It's deductive. You'll end up at a 100% certain answer at the end. That's the beautiful part of it.
Oh, Blue's somebody's done a drawing for Blue. Like, what's that? Vertical. But not vertical. Why is he having to draw balls underneath? Little balls.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
We're all looking at the same thing. What does it mean, not vertical? It's a freaking ball.
Not parallel. But isn't that I don't know. Wouldn't that horizontal and the other horizontal be parallel? I don't know. It's obviously the mind of a troubled individual trying to work out geometry. I mean, this, as far as I know, anyone that tries to tackle the geometry problem ends up going mad.
Yeah,
obviously from the model side, obviously.
Yeah. I noticed he was, how do you say it, dipping his toe in the water in terms of the RBD phase there for a minute. I was like, oi, here it comes. Here we go, guys. Brace yourselves. But he only touched upon it briefly. And
He doesn't know enough. He's he already knows that he said something wrong to shit all over George's memory within RBD face, George's final work for the globe. Blue Marble's already shit all over it because he said, providing you can keep the distances similar, you negate curvature, refraction, and probably something else. You just negate everything. By establishing a horizontal plane, you negate everything. And yet that's the basis of George's RBD face, that you don't negate it. But Blue Marble says you do negate it. Therefore, there's going to be a problem once Blue Marble starts looking at RBD face.
Can a ball be vertical?
Everywhere, Essie.
Good answer. At the same time.
Yeah, always.
Yeah, that was a nice sentence.
Somewhere.
Blue said it, right? The top, the side, the bottom, it's all the same. That was a really nice law of identity violation there. 3 things violated in one fell swoop. That was good.
A vertical ball. I can't get over it.
It's vertical everywhere.
Yeah, it has to be. How can you make it unvertical?
Did you catch his final words before he left? When you I think he brought up main sea level is a curve, he said, to which of course you rebutted that it's actually a point, mathematical mean.
Yeah.
Then he stated that yes, main sea level is a point that's going everywhere. everywhere. That was good one.
Well, vertical is just a point, and you can't
And
move
horizontal.
one iota to either side. Gotcha.
And horizontal.
Yeah.
That's also just a point. But
Yep.
balls go everywhere.
And
the
they do that everywhere.
fascination.
Yeah, we have to. This gets very geometric, doesn't it? And I don't want to lose people, especially if we've got some new people listening. The geometric side of it is like it follows on from a logical argument, and it does get a bit technical at times, doesn't it? The geometric point, and as we start talking here, we end up talking about impossibilities, which to somebody who's not involved with the geometry side, when they hear people talking about impossibilities, then it gets a little bit strange, doesn't it? When you hear somebody talking about something that you don't really get, and they're talking about impossibilities and stuff, it gets a little bit tricky. And that's why I wanted really to start off with some really basic, simple arguments. And then from them, you can establish a baseline is needed at some point. That's what people should be realizing out of this. That in order for you to start doing anything, you need to have something that you're starting from. That's the first principles. That's the basis of where you go from. And that's where the fundamental problem is with the blue marble scientists. They can't have a straight line as a baseline. Yet, whenever anybody depicts anything, they use a straight line. Mentally, you use a straight line. And geometrically, you use a straight line, yet their model dictates to them through the fact that they can't have parallels, that geometrically you can't have a straight line. And that's it's pretty sad when you've come to believe that something within a scientific discovery, or like you've taken on this science as a cause, but that science is telling you that geometry is different. It doesn't tell you how it's different. It just tells you it has to be different. You start into the science of the not that. And that's not a real science. Sorry, Blue. Your blue marble science group are going to be under a massive amount of scrutiny with the contradictions. Contradictory science. They've got no method or anything. It's just the science of the not that. It can't be. Wow. Rakir's in here. Did you hear what Blue Marble called the bridge, Rakir? I hope you heard that. Blue Marble was talking about Rakir's bridge and the Sagitta not being a hump. We've proper planted the flag on that. We've took it back. It's now Ricky's bridge. Took ownership.
Yeah, but when Blue said Rakia's, like he said Rakia's bridge, I laughed so hard. I was like, I'm so glad I'm muted.
Yeah.
Blue called it Rakia's bridge.
Yes. So yeah, thank you. He's driving over it. He's on it. Felt so proud.
Yeah, that was awesome, Bev. That was everything I expected it to be.
He's still going with the crosshair though, right? The Chaiki, Chaiki, the picture Chaiki took from the video that showed what a lying twat Jeff was, saying that he could see 1 arc second over 500 meters. Well, that picture has gone way further. Thanks, Chaik. Thanks, Chaik, for bringing that back again, because, I mean, look at all of this stuff that's occurred now because of it. Blue Marble felt confident enough to say that that picture shows a drop of level from horizontal. That's one of the things I nearly meant to ask him. Could he put a ruler on it like Ranty would and maybe be able to measure the drop? But I'm guessing that's what he's saying. He did actually say that it's lower. Blackpool's 95 foot lower as a measured vertical change. So that was nice. If you didn't know. And a tilt to Blackpool Tower. Did you hear that?
I missed that part.
Yeah. Well, it'd have to be, wouldn't it? I think that was one of those. It would have to be. Once you start tilting verticals, then every vertical has to be tilted in respect to any other vertical. Which I suppose might be a tough one to go with, or it might not be. It depends. You'd have to ask that for yourself. That is one of those questions that people have to ask themselves now, right? Do you imagine a tilt to a vertical when being in the position of another vertical? Tilting verticals and sloping horizontals. That would be the title of my book. If I had to do a memoirs.
That's what SE mentioned earlier, right? SE, if you're standing straight up and down and holding your arms out with a plumb bob in each hand, like you're standing vertically, are you not? So let's assume you can actually hold those plumb bobs still for a moment. Wouldn't they also be hanging vertically down?
Not according to them. They're not. Absolutely not.
Both
Tilting
of them
towards
are
you.
tilted. Yeah,
Towards
differently.
you. Yeah. Yep.
The plumb bob in each hand is tilting differently.
Yep.
Yep.
Sheer insanity.
It's totally ridiculous. Especially when you watch people look through those instruments and look at plumb bobs or the strings, actually.
What's funny too is like not even on a circle. Like if you think about you know, the guy standing there with the plumb bobs standing on the edge of a circle. Like, we're talking about a sphere, right? So which direction would they be leaning from if you're holding them in your hands?
You know, this might be new to people, right? These plumb bobs that are not parallel. But I swear to you, this is old to me, man. They've been telling me this for years.
Yeah,
and
the very reason we went the Realising Euclid test is to establish that straight line on a plane is because all they ever do is claim stupid shit.
Yeah.
Now, like Blue says, when they say they measure the divergence of plumb lines, they're just measuring angles, not plumb lines. Like Buster's went at the beginning. Yeah, I can remember one of the logic things, right?
Think about this. Like, just think about what Bev's done. I think Mobius, it's been talked about with the measuring rod, but just take the measuring rod away and literally hang a plumb bob, and that crosshair has a vertical crosshair. You could point that auto level at the string of the plumb bob, and if your instrument's set up properly, it's going to match up. Now, at what point would you get those not to match up? Do you know what I'm saying? If you hung a plumb bob and you sighted that auto level that's got a vertical crosshair to that string line hanging, how would you get that to not line up?
Yeah,
the vertical crosshair.
How would you measure the tilt?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, how would you ever get a setup to where that plumb bob string wouldn't line up with the vertical crosshair in the auto level if the auto level's set up correctly?
It's been measured. Jesse Kozlowski and Larry Scott, I think, Blue Marble said, they've measured the tilt of the plumb bob.
What? Where? I've never seen that I can remember.
Blue Marble said it tonight. Jesse's done it. They've done it. They've measured it. He might be confused about what they have actually done. He might, but I mean, yeah, he said that they've done it. You have measurements.
Well, for me, I mean, you set the instrument up properly. All of them, you know, auto level, total station, they all have a vertical and a horizontal crosshair. I would want to know when would the plumb bob string not line up with the vertical crosshair? I mean, how could you do that?
Captain's got a good meme there.
Yeah. Saw that.
Yeah, that perpendicularity it's a killer.
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's a cross. There might be more in that than you think. But it is the only truth that you can actually get. And it's so obvious.
Yeah.
The reason that nobody else really is taking it on is the strange part to me. It's how obvious the truth is to it. And what you're meant to be doing with that and coming to your own understanding. And I don't know, perhaps it's a little bit scary. Yeah, perhaps. Perhaps I think that if you've been in the arena for so long and have heard this conversation going on, you come to the understanding that there is no proof, right? Everybody's just been arguing about the same thing over and over and over again. But I found that there are proofs and there are truths, but you get them for yourself. sometimes some people won't believe you, and some people purposely don't believe you. No matter what you say, no matter how obvious a truth it is, some people still won't listen to you. But the truth is there for you to find too. You need to get it for yourself, and then you can decide what you want to do with it. But actually owning that truth, the proof for yourself, yeah, it stops the need for the argument. It takes you into a different conversation, and you know, the useless conversations seem meaningless once you know that there is a proof and you hold it. Some conversations are a little bit tricky though. Blue marble's not too bad.
Yeah, out of all of them, he's not too bad to listen to. Like, it's quite tolerable. It's good.
Not like Rumpus or Brenda.
Exactly.
Didn't Betty say he was going to come round tonight? Did I hear that? Oh, maybe he did. Maybe he didn't.
Oh, they'll all be at Blues patting him on the back, won't they? Telling him, no, man, you did a good job. Seriously, yeah. Oh, yeah, you wiped the floor with him, man.
Well, like I said, a debate to me is studying the rhetoric. So it's what everybody else heard whenever they were listening to it and whatever they got out of it. I don't consider a win or a loss. Any sort of feedback could be useful.
Surely they heard that his best evidence was an angle measurement over 27 miles or 9 miles or whatever it was from two different positions, adding up to more than 180 degrees. 7 minutes or 8 minutes or 9 minutes, whether you add refraction or not, more than 180 degrees, that's his proof that he lives on a ball. It's a tough point.
Tool abuse.
It's globe.
Yeah, it has to be.
Think about setting an instrument up, taking an angle measurement to the top of a light on a tower from 27 miles away and thinking you're doing anything other than observing a light on a tower from 27 miles away. I mean, you can take the angle measurement, and he equated it to doing it with a protractor and a light pole that might be 30 feet away or 50 feet away. That's nowhere near analogous. I mean, it's not even close. I don't even get why he did that. He made himself look kind of foolish there.
It's a trick, though, isn't it? It is. It's like most of the time, like we said earlier, the Al-Biruni is a setup to a magic trick, and the way you associate these things is for you, the lay person, to think that the geometric link is making them similar, but they're not.
You got to take a horizontal baseline to get the distance to the zenith of where you're shooting at it in the first place, to get the elevation above sea level. Like, it's, yeah. And to think you're not getting measurements that are wrong from that far away looking through an optic is just foolish. But they've done it. I mean, surveying crews do it, but I don't think they use it at like this group does. They use it as measurement, like, you know, not to measure the curve of the surface. They're just using it as measurements, right?
Yeah, it's more datum points. Every one of the time you put your rod down, new datum, 1 point. and you just map them all together, and you can tell the elevation changes of the land. That's basically
So
what
we're
they
off
do,
a little
isn't it?
bit here. I mean, refraction, right?
Yeah.
Add this refraction here, but it's not refraction here, but it's refract, and it all adds up, right? It all equals out and the washes out in the long run. I get it, right? I can see how it's done now, easily done, because you're not talking about huge. When you're shooting 20 miles, you're not talking about huge problems, or it's 100 feet off. It's not. It's
You're not
fractions.
sighting that far. You're not doing observations of elevation angles at those distances. You just don't do it.
And it's so easily proven. If you go back and try to get the same, measurement the next day or a week later or a season later or whatever it may be, and it's different, and you don't question that, like, I don't know. Taking measurements from apparent positions to me is useless unless you're just trying to argue a point and fight for your religion.
Well, the original triangulation is done on the azimuthal plane for triangulation purposes. They don't they don't do elevation part to that. It's all done on the plane. The elevation has to be done separately because the Z is different to the XY plane.
Right. Jeremy keeps trying to get me to point my total station up at a star, and I'm like, no.
What for?
I don't know, man. He's like, you got to do this for me. I'm like, dude, the day you catch me pointing these instruments up to the sky, just put a stake in me. I'm done, right?
Yeah, I was like trying to get Ranty up Winter Hill. Go ahead. Go ahead with your auto level. Get up there. Go on.
I mean, if you can't do it, get someone to help you carry it up there for you. Just
get up there and do it.
Please do it. Yeah, Ruhif's new thing is you got to be 300 feet above sea level to get any accuracy.
It's the only way surveyors work.
Yeah, to be accurate. Yeah.
Yeah, you quite often see those 300-foot towers. That'll be the surveying crew.
I asked him, I said, well, how do they hold the story pole, Ruhif? They have a tractor trailer of a story pole they put together with a big crane, or what's going on here? Oh no, you just shoot to a known datum point on the other mountaintop. For accuracy, you got to do it over a valley because there's no air, there's no drift and air circulation through a mountaintop and valley. I mean, the temperature change wouldn't be very, there would be no turbulence there, right? If you get up 300 feet at least. I started thinking about that. I'm like, wouldn't there be a lot of turbulence in that area, like downdrafts and updrafts in a valley near, in between two mountains? I would think there would be, but who don't know? How the hell? I mean, what do I know? I'm just eating boiled peanuts sitting in the parking lot of a Walmart,
I bet mountaintop surveying's a bit of a limited trade. Like,
what school did that person graduate? I mean, what year is mountaintop surveying? Or when you? I want to know where surveyors are taught. What day of class is when you get two theodolites and point them towards each other to get an angle difference? Like, I want to know what day that is. I missed that day.
And I want to know the tilt in vertical measurement day as well. When everybody must know about the tilt in verticals within the surveying industry.
I couldn't stop laughing. I had my son and his girlfriend, and I was just busting out laughing. And I'm like, you got to hear this, because we're in her car and it doesn't have audio through the speakers. I'm usually playing it through the speakers so they can listen and laugh along. I was like, you got to hear this one. The mountaintop surveyors. They can say whatever they want, though, right? I mean, they can literally say whatever they want collect super chats of people saying, "Yeah, that was a great point you just said." It's very entertaining. I did say it was entertaining. Thanks,
Yeah.
Blue. It was entertaining. It definitely was that. I haven't laughed like that in a while. A couple of things he said. He kind of shied away from it and tried to change, but he did say horizontals were level, which in their world means curved, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, dialetheist, it's hard to tell. There's more than one truth, so sometimes you can't
How's
tell.
a horizontal line a point, by the way? I don't know. If you have a horizontal line, that's not just a point, right?
Well, a line is 2 points, but he did away with one of the points.
Yeah, it's just 1 point in his world.
Literally, yeah. I mean, there's loads of people like that. Is one of the things that when you get into this debate and get into the geometry side of it, you realize that they're all forced into dismissing the geometric horizontal plane. It can't be. There's no such thing. It's one of the easiest way of exposing a dialetheist or a blue marble scientist. Ask them how big a geometric horizontal plane can be. And when they say, what do you mean? You say, well, all of the perpendiculars to a horizontal plane will be parallel. And perpendicular to horizontal is vertical.
He agreed with it until you went to a certain distance. And he was like, oh, wait a minute. I can't say that anymore.
And then it reduced it back down to a nothing.
Yeah, a point. Which is nothing, basically, a concept.
Yeah. Hold on now. Hold on.
I tried to type in stutter in the chat, and I couldn't. I messed up because I was laughing so hard. My fingers were moving all over the keyboard, like the phone, because I was laughing so hard. This dude was crawfishing so bad. But it was fun.
Yeah, I want to have more conversations like that. That was pleasant, and talking to anybody. It's good, just good to hear what other people have opinions of different things, isn't it?
It is kind of like no matter what you believe in, it's weird to know that two men, right, can have such differing concepts of where they think they live. I mean, seriously, he point blank said, I'm tilted, things.
He's on the side of a ball.
I'm on the side of a ball, and anything that's away from me is tilted away, is tilted away from me. Anything at any distance is tilted away from me right now as I stand on the side of a ball, or the bottom, or the top. It's all the same.
Yeah, but he's
bottom, top,
checked.
sides, all the
He's
same.
checked. He's on the side. He did say that. He's checked it.
For me, knowing what I know now and seeing what I've seen done practically, to say that verticals diverge, converge, it's at best laughable. Because the only thing they do to show that is some like long distance observation that has to do with how perspective works, which is work that out.
I don't know how Buster, and I'm with you on, like, I don't know how long they can talk. It's amazing to me they can talk so long about long distance observations and never mention perspective. Like it never comes out of their mouth.
It's a thing within lenses. It's called perspective error. That's what it's called.
But they exchange this perspective drop, which is obvious, of course, into a curved level. But still, we know that perspective works. So what happened to perspective? in that case. It disappears. So in that case, assuming curved level, it means that perspective doesn't work anymore, which is ridiculous.
Yeah, because the stadia hairs show you that it does. You can directly tell the size change of the object related to the distance it is away.
Yes, so measuring by stadia hair debunks curved level because you have your drop in perspective.
And
So-
you have to have parallel verticals to keep the relationship of the isometric angle, right?
Yes,
Isn't it?
of course, to keep the same ratio, yes. So generally, this stadiometric measurement is killing a curved level because it cannot work if a level is curved.
Yep. And Blue tries to use that in his thing, or he did it first. And then tough work for him when you compile all of these proofs to the contrary that we have. Like, it's just a ridiculous claim. But the amount of proofs, because there is a truth, obviously, the amount of proofs that you can stack up against a fucking stupid statement is undeniable, but they still deny it. They deny all of them.
And this is a sad part of this story.
Yeah, but I mean, we can learn from it, right? As long as we come out of it at the other end with a better understanding of where we're going, then we don't really need to talk to him. But I mean, it is worth exchanging views about these subjects. Always is. Thanks for popping in, Mike. See you later. I think we might be ending this anyway. It is the weekend, and normally when the best stuff going, Buster normally starts playing his guitar, and we start doing stuff. Benny's been sending us some pretty good lyrics.
I did see that. It's pretty good, but I'm not a rapper, so I don't know how to work that out.
And that's what I'm thinking. I'm not either, so I don't know how it would. But that's only one of them. He's sent us fucking loads.
Yeah, I like it so far.
Yeah, that sounds good, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah. It reads well. I don't know how it would sound.
Yeah, you'd have to have, I don't have the mind for that. Yeah.
I tried to write a bit for the beginning of the thing today, and when I was reading it, it just didn't sound right. So I put it to one side and thought, I can't really do that. I'm not really a writer, more of a talker.
I mean, for me, it's finding, the melody and then working out like the syncopation of how the words work, and then picking the right words and then fudging them a little bit, fudge, like where they fit within the rhythm.
I've had the advanced simplicity in my head.
I love it. I've got another verse, but I haven't recorded it yet.
So good. So good.
Okay, I am off to bed.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Good night.
Thank you very much. Saragaki's going as well. I think it's about time we closed it off. We might go live over the weekend, but probably not. You're better off coming in, though, because this is where all of the good stuff happens in the after hours where we're not recording. And I do actually have some videos sorted, and now we've got the debate out of the way. I'm supposing I can release the videos. So there might be a couple of videos, recorded videos, to come out on the other channel for people's listening to. I hope tonight hasn't been boring for everybody within the geometric argument. I find it fascinating because of the links to logic and the way you can implement the trivium and the rhetoric style that you can develop using the geometric arguments. It's a wonderful learning tool. If anybody wants to know anything about anything that we've gone over tonight, just pop into the Discord. Click the link underneath the video or whatever. Come and have a chat. There's been some good conversations in the past week or so. And we are making steps forward. So, anybody got any final words for tonight? Before we end it. Yeah, Buster song ready.
Fuck you, YouTube.
you mean to do the new one live?
Oh, do you want to do it live? Oh yeah,
Sure.
Yeah,
Okay.
everybody. Yeah, go
The
on.
only question I would have is vocals or no vocals.
It's up to you. Up to you, because I think the music's good anyway. But if you want to
Well-
sing it, or if you've already got it recorded,
No, that's what I'm saying. I wouldn't sing it live. It would just be. I'll leave them out. We'll just do a instrumental.
yeah, cool.
All right. Just let me know when to go.
Well, whenever you want. As long as anybody else is finished, nobody wants to say anything. Final words. Other than that, Buster's going to be playing us out. Advanced Simplicity instrumental.
Oh yeah, yeah. All right, here we go.
Is Rakia, hang on. Is Rakia going to back you up? Vocals?
No vocals. No need for anyone.
Hopefully, he doesn't have them memorized yet. So, all right. Somebody mute Rakia. Here we go.
World famous Buster. Thank you for listening.